Good morning. How's everyone doing today? Ding ding. All right, I think futures failed to fill. Yeah, okay. So futures failed to test that kind of break point at 45.80. Looks like they're bouncing off 82 right now to test 45.90. I don't know if you can see that. Let me zoom in. Is today T5 for Siri? Today is T3 from Friday. And the last day of T+2. It's off to a start. There goes VIX. Oh, that. Did VIX just crash my WeBull? That was odd. Okay. Huh. Let's see. Ooh. Puts came in pretty hard at 60 and 55. There's a call wall now at 45.50. And then put interest from 45.50 down past the gamma flip point is quite high. So you put interest on the longer dated time frames is pretty high too. 55 has flipped negative. Very little call interest above 45.80. 45.75 is the current peak on the call side. 45.30 is the peak on the put side. Yeah, I think we're gonna get dragged down a bit. As long as they can keep VIX under control, there's no reason for us not to. Although, if VIX spikes too hard, I expect them to work to get it back down. Poor Todd. Yeah, Todd's big fuck. Is this a big NOPEX for GME? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I've kind of thought so since before it, but it looks even more so now. It's still generally not a good idea to sell like covered calls and shit during the OPEX period. They might rename Jackson's Hole to Todd's Hole if he doesn't rein in the VIX. Jackson was just the last Todd. Tilray had a massive beat. Good for them. Are you saying the Bears are creeping in? Yeah, well, it's not that sneaky. Thoughts on Mattel with their new Barbie movie, plus their earnings tonight? Maybe good guidance? No. I mean, they just get licensing fees from the movie. They're not going to make like a majority of the profits from it or anything, right? Did they produce it? Also, the profits wouldn't be realized this quarter even if they had. Livestream alien disclosure, please. I want to know if Todd is an alien. Wait, what? Oh, I'm not fucking watching that. Barbie movie revenues doesn't earn money this quarter. No. I have the link. Do you want it for the alien hearing? Uh Am I that bored this morning? All right, fuck it. Shoot it. Maybe we'll get to see Hunter Biden's ham candle. Green stuff in my port. Stops everywhere. Nice, Ben. Time yourself out, Gerg. Don't worry. I'm perfectly hedged wrong. Well, that's a start. Oh, God. It's not. It hasn't started yet. Are we going to have time to watch this and see J? I'm not going to interrupt my opportunity to see JPOW. I want to be very clear about that. What's behind Siri 180, Kenny? We'll find out. No, we probably won't. Gork, the coolest thing happened to my paper trading account last night. Some of my ES puts sold off while I was sleeping, and I made 15%. How do I do in real life? uh, Conditional orders? If the government came out and said, we know of aliens, how would the market react? Panic? My boss called it open, so I didn't buy. I mean, that's not what today is. Today's just like the guy, and he's gonna testify, right? My boss called it open, so I didn't buy it. Did he save me money? I don't know. If the government said that, I'd full port LMT. Okay. I'd like to clarify something. There is the town of Jackson, Wyoming. Jackson Hole is the ski resort located in Teton Village. And there's no Jackson's Hole. That concludes my TED Talk. Do you want me to get Jackson? Because he'll tell you all about his hole. He just got it manscaped. No espresso this morning? No, I didn't have time. Full port defense stocks, if they had said that. Maybe. I have it on good authority that the aliens are here for bananas. Full port dole. They want our potassium. Hey, Girk, did you see anything with BA that it could indicate its potential range with the earnings beat today? Looking to sell some covered calls, probably some at the money and a few out. I mean, you should probably wait if they beat earnings today. Yeah. I think the earnings beat is expected. Give me a second. I know they sold a bunch of fucking airplanes in the first quarter. Range here, you've got resistance at 230, 233, and 240. How big of a beat? Ooh, that's a pretty big beat. So 240, 258, and then 278. Look at him slamming the VIX. Holy shit. You know what? It's almost like Siri is really sensitive to volatility. Google price target. Oh wait, were you Google guy? Congratulations, man. It looks like it's failing. I don't know. Back under 29. I'm not sure their earnings qualifies more buying. Their year over year revenues are still down quite a lot. Um, there's not a particularly large amount of call interest further up on the chain, and they are fairly close, I think, to gamma neutral. Gamma neutral might have gone up though a bit yesterday. Let me double check. Been here with you for like a year and 8 months now. Lost it all being a dumbass and not hedging. Been cash gig for a while as I study and figure out how not to lose it all in the future. So I've been out of the market minute for a minute. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Jay. I'm sorry to hear about that, man. But hopefully you come back with a plan when you're ready. I appreciate it, dude. All right. So, yeah, so the adjusted gamma max is at like 128 and the like gamma max is at 145. I don't think it's gonna hit gamma max. Google hasn't hit gamma max very often. Once back in April, a little bit. And since the price is kind of pulling back down under 128 right now, it seems like it's aiming for that adjusted one. Call interest is still really low. Dealer delta is negative. So yeah, I would say probably kind of flat in this range. That could lead to some call buying that drives the price higher, but I would be wary of any drop below like 128.50. Gorg, I slept in again, but I bought a call in a silly stack called BYND. The spreads are terrible, but whatever, I guess. For sure. What's up, Orange Guy? Are you still an upstart, if you don't mind me asking? Nope. Well, I have a few shares left, but they're gonna get assigned. I have cover calls out at like $40 for August 18th. Not very many of them, but yeah, I'm pretty much out of all of it. I have some spreads open. Yeah, that's it. Vic slammed full port SPX calls. Maybe, but we'll probably fill the gap. I don't know if we'll move up higher. I guess we could, but maybe a little later. We've got new home sales in 15 minutes. Growth is slowing, but who cares? Not me. Stocks only go up. I expect J-Pow to walk on stage and announce that he does not have the rate hike decision yet. He was too busy listening to Sirius XM radio all night. Don't they have a Grateful Dead channel? I mean, you know he's a subscriber. My August put's gonna print or nah? I don't remember what strike you have them at. They could. Gurk, we aren't pulling back. Aren't we? Gap to what on SPX? The gap here is 65 to 67, but we just failed to fill it, which is pretty bearish. Damn, I bought a 455 SPY call and tried to place a stop loss. I accidentally placed a limit order and sold it at a $3 loss. Now I've got a wash sale if I rebuy. You could buy a different date, and you don't. So that's a thing. Can you take a look at T earnings? Oh yeah, they had those today, huh? Seems like they were boring. They surprised on EPS. Missed on revenues by like 40 million though. So not a big revenue miss. Ooh. Wait, that's not this, right? Okay, that's not. I don't know what the cash flows are yet. But yeah, they beat on EPS by like 5%. Seems okay. Once the rest of the data's updated, I'll let you know more. I panic bot calls. You're welcome for the hard rejection. Are you planning on buying back into Upstart when it goes below 20 again? I don't know if it's going to go below 20. But if it falls back into the like $20-$25 range, I'd buy it again. Still rocking that 2-to-1 put call Radicchio? Yes. Today is 50-50, but the rest of this week has been 2-to-1. Today has the FOMC meeting, so I'll probably be able to get out of both sides. Why do wash sales matter for 0 DTEs? I don't think they do. If Meta earnings good tonight, I can see an Amazon ripping with their advertising now. Okay. That's a chill dog. Normally I'm 5-to-1, so today I'm 2-to-1. Okay. Well, you know, it's better than nothing. 2-to-1 could be sufficient, potentially. Do you think Jimmy has a chance for uppies in the next couple of weeks? I don't know. The current conditions like don't look very bullish. So probably not. I just went full tilt and bought 40 GME 25C. Okay. Do you think Fubo has bottomed out? No. I'm still targeting like 223. Although it tapped my 237 target this morning. It still appears to be contracting, so it could go lower before earnings. I went long Ribbon about $20. The earnings coming up on the daily. It looks like it's about to break up. Thoughts? Rivian. I would say it looks like it's about to break down from like a technical standpoint. I guess it'll depend largely on their earnings performance. Which seems to be, analyst estimates are pretty soft, so it could move. Hmm. Yeah, I would say it's going to be pretty dependent on if they beat here or not. In what world would Big Daddy Bezos allow Amazon to be broken up? And the one where he's really not an active participant in the company anymore and doesn't give a shit. Do you think the move on Google was excessive? I mean, yeah. Short back down in the next 2 to 3 weeks. I'd wait. Siri for going for sub 5, it looks like. No, bounce. DMs. What do you got? Microsoft down 3% on weak growth to a PE of only 36. NVIDIA. Very nice. Can we get a Tata meter? Do you want to program it? No. I don't think I have Greeks on XPev anyway. I might have Neo, although I'm not sure I do. I do have Neo. Any updates from Options OI this morning? Not much has changed yet. It's like most of the volume right now is at 45.60 on the put and call side. Put volume kind of ramps up with the majority of interest coming in right now at like 45.25 and 45.05. Call volume's pretty strong all the way up to like 4,600. Although Gamma's really not picking up in that range much. Call volume still, yeah, still strongest at 45.75, but 60 and 55 are negative. So there's like a put wall here at like 55, which we're not quite under, but we're getting close. We almost slipped under it earlier. Waiting for an entry on last night's pickles pick. I haven't entered it yet, so yes. Yeah. Looks like it's gonna maybe test 150. I definitely prefer an entry there. Let's see how that looks on the 5 minute. Hmm. An analyst upgrade yesterday. Okay, I don't care about that. Yeah, I might pick up something on it today. Greg, you sound like a helicopter pilot on Discord. Yeah. Try reloading it. Are you in Gen 19 puts for NVIDIA? For 2024? Yeah. So how would Siri play out if they did get the price below 4 by T plus 5? They might be able to pile into more shorts and bring it back under control without having to give up their arbitrage play. Although they have been giving up on their arbitrage play a bit over the last few days. I feel like everyone expects the market to drop, but it's just going to rip more. I think most people expect it to rip more. You sound like a helicopter pilot. Oh, when you say put wall at 45.55, is this sold puts? No, they look long. What do you think of SVV, thrift store operation that people turn to during recessions that IPOs recently? I don't fuck with anything that has IPO'd in the last year. It's not worth it. Does Siri have resistance at 5? What's stopping them from getting to their puts, if anything? Yeah, there's calls at 5. A lot of them. Explain the arbitrage play. Liberty Media securitized their holdings of SiriusXM and another ticker. That's like, I can't remember the name of it. 1 second. It's quite long. LSXMA. And so there's since they own, it's like 61% of Sirius, and control the voting rights, people have been short Sirius, long LXSMA. Well, I shouldn't say people. I should say huge banks with tons of money. Quick, start beating your chest like a gorilla to fake out the person rebooting their Discord. Is Amazon going to mean revert all the way to 129? I have no idea. I would say 130, and it did find support on its prior low. I guess we'll see how their earnings do. Expectations are actually not that soft, so they'll have had to have had a pretty decent quarter. How's NQ doing today? Down 26 BPS. I think Upstart will probably tap Gamma Max. Someone asked me about it last night. Did Gamma Max move this morning? I forgot to look. No, 66.56. Yeah, that's right. Why are all of these stocks shooting up in a straight line for the past 30 minutes? Which? Do you want to be more specific? I would say some things are pretty red today. Microsoft's down 3%. New home sales, negative 8% month over month. Ooh. That's kind of a big surprise, right? What was the analyst estimate? Negative 4? Shit. Dork. It's starting. Bullish? Inflation is solved. No, not yet. IWM pump plus end of OPEC settlement is my guess to the various pumps on shorted stocks this AM. Really? My guess is that's the last shorts they would cover. And if volatility is going to spike, they're running out of time to cover them. Oh, yeah, the UFO conference. Are we watching this? It hasn't started yet. Oh, God. Oh, my God. People don't want to buy homes at all-time high prices with 7% interest rates? That's crazy. Don't they know that spending a 40% premium on a home's asking price and interest is patriotic? It's like 60% of the asking price, 50 to 60. Actually, more. Okay. 7% annualized on like 300,000 is like that's over $600,000. A 30-year mortgage. Yeah, you're paying more than double. Thank you, Danarchy. I don't have a compounding calculator in my head as much as I wish I did. Probably doesn't help that banks are denying credit lines. Yeah. Wait till interest rates get to 8%. Jerome's at 230, but the announcement's at 2. 418,527 in interest. Oh, Jesus Christ. So you're buying a ton of interest with a bit of home attached, basically. Jerome is 24/7 in our hearts. That's true. Neo at GM, only one standard deviation above from here, right? Basically, yeah. Although I don't think call interest on it looks very strong. Yeah. Looks like it got rejected off of GM yesterday. Charm fell off a bit, so people took profit on weeklies. Vegas falling off. It could be more bullish, maybe. Choppy but expanding. I don't know. How's it doing this morning? It's up like another dollar. I mean, it's basically trading at GM right now. So yeah, I would say you're looking at like another like another $1.30 to $1.80 potentially. I don't know how driven by its options chain Neo's price is. They have a pretty big float. I know it's like 1 point something billion. So there could be buying of the underlying that occurs. It's starting. Oh. All right, hold on. No, that's the wrong thing. Uh,
I'd like to thank the brave military pilots and personnel, such as the witnesses on the panel today, for sharing their stories on how they have engaged UAPs, which has brought attention to this matter. Curiosity and speculation from all walks of life have generated interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they may pose. I will say that when I was younger in school, I read a book, a 1966 book called Flying Saucers, Serious Business, and for a while, when I was a little bit younger, I thought it was the most important issue out there. The lack of a transparency regarding UAPs, which was one of the themes of that book,
this is what we're paying taxes for? Yep.
in any event, it's led to interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they pose. The lack of transparency regarding UAPs has fueled wild speculation and debate for decades, eroding public trust in the very institutions that are meant to serve and protect them, as is evidenced by the large number of people we have here. I also want to point out in 1966, President Gerald Ford claimed to have seen a UFO, and in 1969 in Georgia, Jimmy Carter claimed to have seen a UFO. So this has led Congress to establish entities to examine UAPs. The National Defense Authorization Act of 2022 established the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, to conduct or to coordinate efforts across the Department of Defense and other federal agencies to detect, identify, and investigate UAPs. However, AARO's budget remains classified, prohibiting meaningful oversight from Congress. In addition to AARO's efforts, NASA is leading an independent study on UAPs that will identify how UAP data is gathered from both civilian and government entities that can be analyzed to shed light on the topic. However, despite these offices being established, there lies a pressing demand for government transparency and accountability that cannot be overlooked, and that's been a problem that's been around for 50 years. The Biden administration handling of the Chinese spy balloon that violated U.S. airspace is one example how the government is not prepared for these. The Biden administration's description of events has shown that the government continues not to be forthright. between the Chinese balloon being shot down and 2 UAPs subsequently shot down following the event earlier this year. The U.S. government spent $1.5 million in taxpayer dollars on missiles, yet we have seen little clarity from the Biden administration. We must demand transparency from the Department of Defense, our intelligence community, and our defense industry on the UAP work. We're going to ask some questions about that today. Congress recognizes the subject of UAPs is multifaceted and requires a careful, data-driven approach. Today, we'll see clarity from these witnesses' testimonies, or we'll seek clarity as to what can be done to improve reporting for military and civilians and remain committed to objective inquiry. Congress should work to ensure that knowledge is not driven by fear. Today, we are not just debating the existence of UAPs, we are deliberating on the principles that define our republic, which is a commitment to transparency and accountability. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today about ways we can improve government efficiency and openness when it comes to UAPs. I thank each of you for your presence here today and for your dedication to safeguarding the interests of the American people. I look forward to your testimony. Now I'm going to turn it over for 2.5 or 3 minutes to Representative Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I want to thank everybody for.
Oh God, this is going to be farcical, isn't it?
This is a nonpartisan issue. This has nothing to do with.
That's the whole point of watching it.
I think the cover-up goes a lot deeper than that.
Nope.
I also want to thank my colleagues.
Are we going to count the number of times they use the word cover up?
Beside me here, Jared Moskowitz, my friend across the aisle, has an incredible mind, and I'm anxious to hear his questions. My buddy Eric Burleson. And it's not in my notes here, but Matt Gates. If it hadn't been for Matt Gates, myself, him, and Luna would still be down at Eglin Air Force Base trying to get some answers. He's got an incredible legal mind. Also, I know I saw it in the crowd there, George Knapp, my buddy Jeremy Corbell. They're not witnesses, but they've provided some statements on this subject, and I seek unanimous consent to enter those statements into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Also, would like to enter in. I understand now that this is unclassified and it's public record, but as we all know, that's sometimes difficult for the public to get a hold of. A report, Defense Intelligence Reference Documents, Advanced Space Propulsion Based on Vacuum, Space-Time Metric Engineering, some light reading for some of our members.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp wrote, since 1969, the position of our military has been that UFOs pose no threat to national security and are not worthy of further study. I'd say that's the biggest understatement of the decade. He also goes on to talk about the dismissive attitude. It's at odds with what was revealed in documents, reports, and internal memos. And Mr. Cabral says, as he writes these words, the UFO is emerging as a major topic of global importance.
If there's anyone credible on interstellar alien travel, it's folks from Tennessee and Matt Gates.
For this meeting. So this is huge. This is worldwide. I think we suspect what's going on, but I'd also like to thank the members of Congress.
Well, maybe Matt Gates. I mean, the technology is in its infancy, right?
Confided to me that they've had UFO sightings of their own. Those members, of course, some of them wish to remain anonymous, and I'll keep it that way. But also, finally, I'd like to thank these 3 brave witnesses here.
I did get them.
They took an oath. They took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and dadgummit, they're doing it. And we owe them a debt of gratitude.
Thanks, Pterodactyl.
Y'all quit clapping. You're cutting in on my time. Just kidding. These folks, they've got nothing to gain from this. And I think you're going to find out that they've endured quite a few slings and arrows. We need to remember them in our prayers and their families. And I'm thankful to them for their honest testimonies. They have done interviews and appeared in documentaries like Accidental Truth to get their stories out there. And now they are all here to testify.
This is a congressional hearing. But it's about aliens.
It's been so difficult to get here today. I've said,
how many of these people believe in flat Earth theory and aliens
been in our way through this
simultaneously?
We've run into roadblocks from members from the intelligence community, the Pentagon. I proposed legislation to go in the FAA reauthorization that just said if an airline pilot,
dude, if they get the ancient aliens guy out here, that'd be amazing.
The FAA that it would come to Congress, but I was told that the intelligence community did not like that, and the amendment was not even heard in committee. I think it's time for this country to take back our country. We need to tell the folks at the Pentagon they work for us. Dadgummit, we don't work for them.
Flat Earth is really getting traction
That's exactly
in
the
politics.
point. This is an issue of government transparency. We can't trust a government that does not trust its people. We're not bringing little green men or flying saucers into the hearing. Sorry to disappoint about half y'all. We're just going to get to the facts. We're going to uncover the cover-up, and I hope this is just the beginning of many more hearings, and more people coming forward about this. And I yield back the remainder of my time. I think, is it to Representative Luna, Mr. Chairman, or is that?
Yeah, we'll call Ms. Luna for her statement.
The circumstances surrounding UAPs has captivated the attention of the American people for decades, ingrained in even the minds of our nation's leaders from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump, Marco Rubio to Chuck Schumer, John Radcliffe to National Security Council officials.
That's a lot of
Yet from Roswell, New
comparisons.
Mexico to the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, the sightings of UAPs have rarely been explained by the people who have firsthand accounts of these situations.
It's hookworm.
This is largely due to the lack of transparency by our own government and the failure of our elected leaders to make good on their promises to release explanations and footage and mountains of overclassified documents that continue to be hidden from the American people. This isn't just how I feel. In fact, the American people largely believe that the government has actively covered up the truth
has
about
good
UAPs.
diction.
One poll in particular found that 68% of Americans believe that the government is hiding information about UAPs and not being honest about what we know about them. And from my personal experience, I believe the same thing. Another poll found that nearly half Americans believe that the federal government is doing a very bad or somewhat bad job of dealing with reports of UFO sightings. As Representative
George
Brokerage
Washington
referenced on
chops
the
out
FAA
an
bill that
alien's
just
cherry
went through,
tray.
you can tell that that's exactly happening. Considering the thousands of testimonies and videos taken on people's phones and eyewitnesses' accounts made by credible witnesses such as doctors, pilots, scientists, and active duty service members, it is unacceptable to continue to gaslight Americans into thinking that this is not happening or that the potential of intelligent life forms exists other than humans. Even more alarming is the fact that these eyewitnesses are many of times service
Beautiful
members
and
have no
UFO
assurance that their
enthusiasts.
lives will not be negatively
You know
impacted
she's going
or
through your
even harmed by
phone
their
every day.
experiences. In being an active duty service member working on an airfield, I've had
Wait, did he get
conversations with
timed
many
out for
pilots where they were
silicone-based
coming
life
forward
form?
for retribution and or being taken off flight status. How do we know this? Because
That's
the government
true.
has said nothing to assure us otherwise. They have also did nothing to calm the
Are
concerns
homeless
of over
people
20%
not
of
credible
Americans who have reported to have seen
as
UFOs
witnesses?
or UAPs. We are simply
Well,
told not to
credible as
question the
anybody
government
else, I'd
and that the
imagine.
government has it under control. Today is the first hearing of its kind where we will attempt to get down to the bottom of what is actually happening with UAPs.
It's not
But we will
gaslight,
hear from
it's
people
swamp
who have
gas.
had
The
personal
alien
sightings
lights
rather than
reflect
Pentagon
off of
bureaucrats
swamp gas.
who have always been sent
I
to
see.
Stonewall or investigations.
Well, that would be a gas light,
Just so
right?
that the press
'Cause
knows and the people know, we were even denied access to a classified briefing in a SCIF prior to this hearing due to the amount of hoops that we had to jump through to grant temporary clearance to witness Grush, who has knowledge of classified information. It is time to have an open-minded discussion on this topic, to hear the evidence and understand the magnitude of what this means, not just for our nation, but for humanity. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back the rest of my time.
The person
Thank
who
you
wrote her
very
speech
much,
has
and
good
I'd
diction.
like to thank you and Mr. Burchett for bringing this topic to my attention. Now we'll recognize National Security Subcommittee Ranking Member Garcia for 10 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank first our witnesses for joining us today. I want to begin by thanking you all for your service to our country and for sharing your voices today and your courage to be here as well. To Mr. Graves, particularly grateful to you to spend some time that we had for you to share with candor some of your experiences, so I appreciate that as well. I do want to thank all the members of our subcommittee today and also those that are here and have waved on for their incredible interest in this issue, particularly to Congressman Burchett. I know that your leadership has brought us to this place today, and I want to thank you for that, as well as everyone else that's been engaged in this work. I also want to thank the oversight staff, who I know has been working very hard to ensure
Are all of these
that today's hearing is serious, that it's transparent,
representatives
and that it also
from the
provides
South?
appropriate answers, as our oversight body always demands. Now, it's really important that we're here in a bipartisan way to have this conversation, which really, to the heart of it, is about national security.
Is Scientology
and key to the
sponsoring this
subcommittee's core
hearing?
purpose. This is
Maybe.
the subcommittee on national security of the Oversight Committee. Now, our witnesses will testify today that UAPs have posed a serious safety threat, and we must understand this. More broadly, we're dealing with real
Luna's
questions
Florida,
that get to
right?
the heart of our faith in government. Faith in our institutions, as we all know, is at an all-time low. Partisanship and alternative facts make it too easy to doubt narrative or our institutions. But this hearing will offer the public unique perspectives, building on years of reporting by both federal agencies and the independent media. Now, some of the earliest reporting on this issue was a groundbreaking 2017 New York Times report, which revealed research, as we know now, on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or as many call UFOs, by the Defense Intelligence Agency. Mr. Graves and Commander Favor's experiences with UAPs have also been documented by the public, not just by the New York Times, but CNN and many other national news outlets. Now, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence has published public reports documenting UAPs, and on June 9th, 2022, NASA announced that the agency is commissioning a study to, of course, examine unidentified anomalous phenomena. Now, the sheer number of reports, whistleblowers, and stories of unidentified anomalous phenomena should raise real questions and warrant investigation and oversight, and that's why we are here today. Now, pilots have reported encounters for years. Now, because of the stigma around reporting these incidents, we still don't have a complete picture of actually what's going on, particularly as our witnesses will testify on the civilian side, and that is a real problem that we have today in the country. Now, it's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can come together in a bipartisan way to cut through misinformation and to look at the facts in a serious and thoughtful manner. If we are to advance oversight and public disclosure, we must also gain the broad support of the public.
Yeah,
we will succeed getting facts out to the public faster if there is a broad public support as part of the process. Now, I understand fully the Department of Defense is hesitant to share information that could also undermine our national security by revealing information on the capabilities of our own aircraft, our sensors, and other sensitive material. At the same time, many people believe that we're withholding information from them, and that is dangerous also. I believe in openness and transparency. That is also the role of Congress, and I want to trust that the American people will be able to weigh the evidence and make up their own minds. Now, we have incidents where sensors, sometimes even multiple types of sensors, detect things that we cannot explain. UAPs, whatever they may be, may pose a serious threat to our military or civilian aircraft, and that must be understood. Now, my career and training as a longtime career educator and teacher and researcher tell me that we should never rule anything out. We know that our space, of course, is vast and undiscovered. I also want to note that Mr. Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the component of the DoD office that investigates UAP data, has testified before the Senate this year that his unit has found no evidence of extraterrestrial activity. NASA has also stated they don't have evidence of extraterrestrial life either, and we've heard this, of course, from some of our government agencies. And we should remind viewers and witnesses, which I think is really important, that we also cannot
there is an FOMC meeting later, but there's this now.
But questions, of course, remain that people want to see data and information for themselves. The enormous interest in the hearing today underscores the importance of a fair and open look at the evidence from witnesses who can share their unique perspectives. Now, I know I certainly have a lot of questions, and I know that all the members of our committee do as well. We should come to this hearing with an open mind, and we should not let our existing ideas restrict us on either side. I hear over and over from many agencies the stigma around reporting and investigating UAPs prevents us from getting real answers. We know that whistleblowers have reported harassment, intimidation, or stigma as well, and this is not acceptable. If people can't report incidents which would have national security or safety implications, then that also has serious consequences for us. As ranking member of this subcommittee, I know my job would be completely impossible if whistleblowers or others feel intimidated to come before this committee. We can't be afraid of asking questions, and we can't be afraid of the truth. I'm proud to say that this hearing builds upon bipartisan work by members of the House and Senate dating many years back, which has sought to increase awareness within the Department of Defense and to mandate more of Congress of UAPs. We know the Senate is taking up an amendment to their defense authorization bill, which will create a commission with broad declassification authority, and we should all agree that that is an important step. Members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have taken an interest in this issue, and we're proud to carry and build that confidence in the American people. This hearing will also not be the end of this discussion, but a new chapter and start to years and years of work that many folks, both in the public and within government, have been working on. We should encourage more reporting, not less, on UAPs. The more we understand, the safer we will be. We will hear testimony from witnesses today with a long record of service to the American people and with subject matter expertise. Our witnesses have a unique opportunity to share their perspective, insights, and their experiences with the American people. And I encourage all of my colleagues to engage with these difficult questions with an open mind and to follow the facts on behalf of our country. I also just want to say more broadly that we should look at this hearing and believe that everything is on the table as it relates to UAPs. I think an open mind is absolutely the best. I want to yield the 2.5 minutes, the remainder of my time,
Believe
to
everything
the
you hear
representative from
and
Florida,
none of what
Representative
you see.
Moskowitz, for an opening statement. He also has been very much engaged in this issue, and I want to thank him for his leadership. Congressman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Garcia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Tim Burchett and Anna Paulina Luna for their leadership in pushing this hearing forward. I want to thank, obviously, committee staff and their staff working on this on a bipartisan basis because many Americans are deeply interested in this issue, and it shouldn't take the potential of non-human origin to bring us together. Additionally, I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward to share your perspectives, your thoughts, and the sightings of UAPs.
We can try again.
Unlike other hearings many times in Congress, you're not here to
We've
help
already
a
given
political
up on the
party,
humans.
but you're here to share information with the American people. And it's not something that is just going on in this administration. It's something that's spanned many administrations. For decades, many Americans have been fascinated by objects, mysterious and unexplained, and it's long past time that they got some answers. The American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. Those are not the words of a UFO Twitter account. Though that is a direct quote from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, that the American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. In an interview with Fox News, recent former Director of National Intelligence John Radcliffe confirmed the U.S. government is aware a lot more sightings of UAPs, and that they have not made that information public. I quote, "There are a lot more sightings that have not been made public," Radcliffe said to Fox News. For me, this hearing is about transparency. We unfortunately live in a time in which many people distrust government and our institutions, and overclassification of information away from the American public or even Congress contributes to today's politics. The American people have regular questions. What are UAPs? How come the media doesn't report more on them? Are they foreign adversaries? Are they U.S. technology? Are they something else? They ask themselves, how come when a Russian jet shoots flares at one of our drones, we have perfect pictures and videos to show the American people and the world, but when it comes to UAPs, nothing? Of course, we must always protect our national security to maintain our superiority, like when stealth helicopters were only rumored to exist, but were used in the Osama bin Laden raid in 2011. But we can't allow that to be used as a shield to keep the American people completely in the dark from basic truths. The American people deserve to hear more about special access programs. Congress has a right to know if there's any unsanctioned weapons development, satellite imagery that has not been provided to Congress. Congress created the All-Domain Resolution Office in the NDAA of 2022. In its initial analysis, there are 171 uncharacterized UAP reports, and this is the words from the report, that appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. I believe more information is known about the 171 instances. It's time for Congress to reinsert ourselves. I call on our military leaders and intelligence officials to release more information to the American people about UAPs. And to our military leaders, if there's nothing to conceal, let Congress go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the Dugway Proving Ground, or even Groom Lake in Nevada. We should have disclosure today. We should have disclosure tomorrow. The time has come. Thank you, Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz, and I would yield back now to our chairman. Thank you.
Right, now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. Our first witness is Lieutenant Ryan Graves. He's the Executive Director of Americans for Safe Aerospace. Lieutenant Graves is also a former U.S. Navy F-18 pilot with his own UAP experience. The next witness, David Grush, is a former senior intelligence officer with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and was a senior technical advisor for UAP issues. And finally, retired Navy Commander David Fravor Squadron leader who worked as a naval aviator for 18 years, Mr. Fravor has his own UAP experience, known as the TikTok event. I look forward to hearing from all three of you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that all the witnesses answered in the affirmative. You may be seated. We appreciate you all being here today and look forward to your testimony. I'll remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please try to limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a
Don't
reminder,
critique
please press the button on the
pronunciations.
microphone in front of you.
Throwing stones
When
in
it's
glass
on,
houses
the
there,
members can
Garrick?
hear you.
No, I'm
When
not.
you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, it'll turn yellow, and the red light, when that comes on, it
BT is doing a
tells you
little
your 5 minutes have
uppies.
expired.
Nice.
I'll now
I went
recognize
to
Mr.
naval
Graves
officer
for
school
5
with this
minutes for
guy,
your opening
Graves.
statement.
He was much less bald then.
Thank you.
But
Chairman
generally
Kaufman,
a
Ranking Member
good,
Garcia,
smart guy.
distinguished
Thanks
members
for your
of the House
anecdotal
Oversight
evidence.
Subcommittee on National Security, Representatives Burchett and Luna. My name is Ryan Fobbs Graves, and I'm a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2 deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation
Say
Inherent
important.
Resolve. I have
Important.
experienced advanced UAP firsthand,
I'll never
and I'm
say
here to voice the
important.
concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me. Today, I would like to highlight 3 critical issues that demand our action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification
better
practices keep
headphones.
crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers, and I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar systems, we
It's
began detecting
UAP.
unknown objects operating in our
Not
airspace.
UAV.
At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar tracks with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, 2 F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned to base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings. Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. Recognizing the need for action and answers, I founded Americans for Safe Aerospace. The organization has since become a haven for UAP witnesses who were previously unspoken due to the absence of a safe intake process.
Did you say
More than 30
haven?
witnesses have come forward, and almost 5,000 Americans have joined us in the fight for transparency at safeaerospace.org.
A cube
The
inside a
majority of
sphere?
witnesses are commercial
What
pilots at
advanced
majority
technology is
major
this?
airlines. Often, they are veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone.
Why
below
are
the
they
Kármán
talking
line,
about this? Because our
making
government is
inexplicable
a
maneuvers
comedy of
like right-hand
errors.
turns and retrograde orbits or J-hooks. Sometimes these reports are reoccurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us
Cube
regarding
is
UAP
bored,
encounters in our
right?
airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems. I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so. In closing, I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects of
Partially
concern for
summertime
flight
and high
safety.
demand
The
by
American people
Blockbuster,
deserve to know what is happening in our skies.
but also
is long
restrictions
overdue.
in supply.
Thank you.
Mr. Grush?
Mr. Chairman, ranking members and congressmen, thank
Is
you. I'm
Tilray
happy to be
heading to
here.
UFO
This is an important
levels?
issue, and I'm
I
grateful for your
think they
time.
beat on earnings.
My
for the
name is
first
David
time
Charles
ever.
Grush. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty, Air National Guard, and Reserve, at the rank of major, and most recently from 2021 to 2023, at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, at the GS.
He forgot what
civilian
year it
level,
is
which
'cause the
is,
aliens took
military
him into the
equivalent of
future.
full-bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP
He's from the
task
future.
force, UAPTF.
We should ask him about
Eventually, once it was
Siri.
established, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARROW. I became a whistleblower through a PPD 19 urgent concern filing in May 2022 with the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Following concerning reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country, many of whom also have shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony to myself and my various colleagues. I have taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP task force and do my due diligence on the individual sharing it. This is because of these steps, I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both to truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people. I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims. But as I stand here under oath now, I am speaking to the facts as I've been told them. In the U.S. Air Force, in my National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, reservist capacity, I was a member of the UAP Task Force from 2019 to 2021. I served at the NRO Operations Center on the Director's Briefing staff, which included the coordination of the Presidential Daily Brief and supporting variety of contingency operations, which I was the Reserve Intelligence Division Chief backup. In 2019, the UAP Task Force Director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPs and CAPs, we needed to satisfy our congressionally mandated mission, and we were direct report at the time to the DepSecDef.
Excuse me?
At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in
Did he
a
just say
position of
slap
extreme
some
trust,
caps?
both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to
So
those additional
yuck is
lead arms
yum.
when I requested it. I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Congressmen, Congresswomen. I want to first thank you for the invitation to speak to the committee on the UAP topic that has been in the news for the past 6 years and seems to be continuing to gain momentum. As you know, my name is David Fravor. I'm a retired commander in the United States Navy. In 2004, I was a commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 41, the world-famous Black Aces. We were attached to Carrier Wing 11, stationed on board the USS Nimitz, and had begun a 2-month workup cycle off the coast of California. On this day, we were scheduled for a 2v2 air-to-air training with the USS Princeton as our control. When we launched off Nimitz, my wingman was joining up. We were told that the training was going to be suspended and we're going to proceed with real-world tasking. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived. The controller had told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet, and the controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no whitecaps from waves. So the whitewater stood out in a large blue ocean. All four of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down a small, saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water like a ping-pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look with the other aircraft staying in high cover to observe both us and the tic-tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees, nose low, where the tic-tac, or we considered 270 degrees to where, and we went nose low to where the tic-tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet, and the tic-tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose onto the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. Our wingman, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the whitewater was at, and it was gone also. So as we started to turn back towards the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cap point, roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute." You can calculate the speed. We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews that was getting ready to launch. We mentioned it to them, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. What you don't see is the radar tape that was never released, and we don't know where it's at, of the active jamming that the object put on an APG-73 radar, and I can get into modes later if you're interested. What is shocking to us is that the incident was never investigated. None of my crew were ever questioned. Tapes were never taken, and after a couple days, it turned into a great story with friends. It wasn't until 2009 until Jay Stratton had contacted me to investigate. Unbeknownst to all, he was part of the ATIP program in the Pentagon led by Lou Elizondo. There was an unofficial official report that came out that's now on the internet. Years later, I was contacted by the other pilot, Alex Dietrich, and asked if I'd been contacted, and I said no, but I'm willing to talk. I was contacted by Mr. Elizondo, and we talked for a short period of time, and he said we'd be in contact. A few weeks after that, I was made aware that Lou had left the Pentagon in protest and joined forces with Tom DeLonge, Chris Mellon, Steve Justice, and others to form Two Stars Academy, an organization that pressed the issue with leading industry experts and U.S. government officials. They worked with Leslie Keene, who is present today, Ralph Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper to publish the articles in the New York Times 2017 New York Times, and it removed the stigma on the topic of UFOs, which is why we're here today. Those articles open the door for the government and public that cannot be closed. It has led to an interest from our elected officials who are not focused on little green men, but figuring out where these craft are, where they're from, the technology they possess, how do they operate. It also led to the Whistleblower Protection Act and the NDAA. There are multiple witnesses coming forward to say that have firsthand knowledge, and Mr. Grush just covered that. What concerns me is that there's no oversight from our elected officials on anything associated with our government processing or working on craft. Believe it not from this world. This issue is not a full public disclosure that could undermine national security, but it is about ensuring that our system of checks and balances works across all work done in the government using taxpayer funds. Relative to government programs, even unacknowledged WAVE programs have some level of oversight by the appropriate committee members in the House and Senate, and this work that is said to be occurring from whistleblower testimonies should not be exempt. In closing, I would like to say that the Tic-Tac object we engaged in 2004 was far superior to anything that we had on time, have today, or are looking to develop in the next 10 years. If we in fact have programs that possess this technology, it needs to have oversight from those people that the citizens of this great country elected in office to represent what is best for the United States and best for the citizens. I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know it's very difficult for all of you, all you've done in the past to try to illuminate this issue. Calling myself first for some questions. I'm going to start with Mr. Graves. Are your pilots, are pilots that you interact with as part of your organization.
There's only
do you
one
feel
explanation for
adequately trained and
$1.50
briefed
hot
on how to
dog and
handle
drink at
encounters
Costco.
with UAPs?
Aliens.
No.
Yeah.
Right now,
That's significant with the
military
IV,
witnesses to
IV
UAP
drop
have
B
limited
going
options
into
for
the
reporting
announcement.
UAP.
Generally, IV
But
goes
more,
up
more
going
concerning
into
is
the
that
announcement.
commercial aviation sector has not adapted to the lessons that the military has.
Usually,
implemented.
IV doesn't start to price
The military
down
and
after
Department of Defense has
FOMC
stated
until
that UAP represent
most
a
of the way
critical
through
aviation
his
safety risk.
speech.
We have not seen that same language being used in the commercial
Raytheon a
markets. They are
decent
not
buy on this
acknowledging
dip?
risk.
I don't
Okay.
know.
What steps
not
do you think
really
have to be
interested
taken
in
to
it.
improve a pilot's UAP reporting?
They've
Be it
got some
military or commercial?
unresolved issues.
Right now, we
with,
need a system where pilots can report without fear of
something
losing
they
their
had to
jobs.
recall. I
There's a
haven't
fear
really
that
looked
the
into it a
stigma
ton, but
associated with this topic is going to lead to
it didn't look
professional
good
repercussions,
initially.
either through management or perhaps through their yearly physical check. So having a secure system, reducing the stigma, and making this information available through the public is going to reduce the concerns that aircrew have.
Could you just give me a little idea the degree to which reports in the past are not made public right now?
Well, I don't think there has been a proper reporting system to gather those reports and thus not report them. So to answer your question, I think there is a dearth of data due to the fact that the reporting has been limited up to this time.
Could you tell me why you believe it's, kind of to play the devil's advocate, a reason why some of this stuff should not be available to the public?
There's certainly some national security concerns when we use our advanced sensors in our tactical jets to be able to identify these objects. However, there's no reason that the objects themselves would be classified. I would be curious to see how the security classification guideline actually spells out the different nuances of how this topic is classified from the perspective of UAP, not national security.
I'll give you a follow-up on that. Assuming that there are reasons why not all this should be made public, this has been around for a long period of time. Can any of the three of you think of any reason why anything related to UAPs, say 15 years and back, should not be immediately made public?
I think one of it is acknowledging a vulnerability, both from a collection and I'll just say a countermeasure perspective. So it's
We'll go with say,
that we haven't cracked for many years. Yeah.
even say 20 years back. Is there any reason why when you go back that far, things shouldn't be made public?
Unless it shows a specific national security vulnerability as it relates to a weakness in a particular defense system.
Okay, Mr. Fravor, the TikTok incident that you were engaged occurred in 2004. What kind of reporting took place after that incident?
None. We had a standard debrief where the backseaters went down to our carrier intel center and briefed what had happened, and that was it. No one else talked to us, and I was in the top 20 in the battle group. No one came. The captain was aware, the admiral was aware, nothing was done.
Did your commanding officers provide any sort of justification?
No, because I was the commanding officer of the squadron, so no.
Was this incident the only UAP event that you encountered while you were a pilot?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This is for any one of you. Based off of each of your experiences and observations, do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work, you're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave, and there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Okay. You two?
Well, I would also like to add, from a commercial aviation and military aviation perspective, we deal with uncertainty in our operating space as a matter of our professional actions. Identifying friend from foe is very important to us.
Stop talking.
So when we
Who?
have
You stop talking.
unidentified targets and we continue to ignore those due to a
Will
stigma or
JP
fear of
finally
what it
be
could
as
be,
brave as
that's
these
an opening that
UFO
our adversaries
witnesses
can take
and do a
advantage of.
0.5 hike?
What steps should be taken to better understand and respond to UAP encounters in the interest of national security?
There needs to be a location where this information is centralized for processing, and there needs to be a two-way communication loop so the operators on the front end have a feedback and can get best practices on how to process information, what to do, and to ensure that their reporting is being listened to. Right now, there is not a lot of back and forth.
Mr. Grush, in your complaint to the Intelligence Community Inspector General, you claim that you believe information is being hidden. What kind of information do you think was hidden, and do you think it should remain hidden?
Yes, I can speak to that very briefly in unclassified manner. As you know, the preponderance of my complaint was classified to the intelligence communities. Both material acquisition and exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs but not sharing it with, intelligence professionals that are actually doing step briefs to pilots, that kind of information. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll go to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for your service and for testifying today. Want to just talk about UAPs as it relates to what we're seeing in the pilots' interaction with UAPs. Particularly, Mr. Graves, one of the, I think, concerns that for members of this committee is this idea that pilots, there's no system to actually report UAPs and the stigma around pilots. And so can you just briefly, you mentioned that you're working with 30 pilots right now that have had encounters with UAPs, but you've also, I believe, discussed and know of many more pilots. This is just those that you're currently working with. Is that correct? Can you expand on that?
Certainly. I'll break that down in two ways. First, when we were first experiencing these objects off the eastern seaboard in the 2014 to 2015 time period, anyone that had upgraded their radar systems were seeing these objects. So there was a large number of my colleagues that were detecting these objects off the eastern seaboard. They were further correlating that information with their other onboard sensors, and many of them also had their own eye sightings as well of these objects. Now, that was our personal firsthand experience at the time. Since then, as I've engaged this topic, others have reached out to me to share their experiences, both on the military side as well as the commercial aviation side. On the military aviation side, veterans that have recently got out have shared their stories and have expressed how the objects we were seeing in 2014, 2015 continued all the way to 2019, 2020, and beyond. And so it became a generational issue for naval aviators on the eastern seaboard. This was something we were briefing to new students. This is something that was included in the notice to airmen to ensure that there was no accidents. And now with commercial aviators, they are reaching out because they're having somewhat similar experiences as our military brothers and sisters, but they do not have any reporting system that they can send this to.
And let me just add, both to Mr. Fravor as well as Mr. Graves, not having this system for reporting, would you both agree that it's harmful to not just our national security interests, but to understand this phenomenon of what's happening with UAPs?
I think it's actually a travesty that we don't have a system to correlate this and actually investigate. So if you took the East Coast, there's coastal radars out there that monitor our air defense identification zone, so out to 200 miles. They can track these, so when you see them, they could actually go and pull that data and get maneuvering. And instead of just having the airplanes, there's other data sources out there. And I've talked to other government officials on this. So you need a centrally located repository that these reports go to. So if you just stuck it in DOD, you wouldn't get anything out of the Intelligence Committee because they have a tendency to not to talk. But if you had a central location where these reports would come in, not just military, but also commercial aviation, because there's a lot of that going on, especially if you talk to anyone that flies from here to Hawaii, over the Pacific, they see odd lights. So
Aliens really hate GameStop.
Develop something that allows you a central point to collect the data in order to investigate.
Mr. Graves?
I would concur with everything Mr. Fravor said. I'll continue to say that the commercial pilots that have reached out to me through Americans for Safe Aerospace are doing so because they don't feel there's another way for them to report this safety issue.
And I think one of the clear outcomes of this hearing already is that there has to be a safe and transparent reporting process for pilots, both on the commercial side and the military side, to be able to report UAPs in a way that's also transparent, but also understands the scope of our national security interests and what may be classified or not. But I think there has to be some sort of system, and so that's something that I hope can be an outcome that this committee can work on. Is there anything else for the two of you briefly beyond this reporting system that you think that we can do as a government to encourage and facilitate more civilian reporting?
I think we're doing it right now.
Okay, great.
I think this hearing is going to show the American people that their government takes this topic seriously.
And how about civilians that may not be pilots? What kind of process could be in place for civilians who are not pilots, who may have UAP encounters? Do either of you have any suggestions that could facilitate that?
My recommendations would be to make that a sensor-centric operation in order to make it as objective as possible.
Okay. Sir, Mr. Fravor?
No, I agree with Mr. Graves on that.
Okay. Just briefly, I also just want to note, particularly for the two pilots, and I have a question for Mr. Grush. One of the things that I found fascinating in our discussion, Mr. Graves, last night as well, is that you both described UAPs and formations and the way they are observed in space or in our air, and the way that they move is essentially ways in which current technology or aircraft that we know of are unable to actually function or move. And so will you just, for the public record, again, once again, just briefly just either describe or note that aircraft that are being witnessed, particularly by the 30 folks that you're working with, are essentially outside the scope of anything that we know of today and the technology we have today. Mr. Graves, Mr. Fravor?
Yes, the objects that are being seen by commercial pilots are performing maneuvers that are unexplainable due to our current understanding of our technology and our capabilities as a country, and that applies for the military as well.
Mr. Fravor?
Yeah, I concur with that. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction, nor do we have anything that can, like in our situation, come down from space, hang out for 3 hours, and go back up.
Thank you. My last question, and sometimes I know that you have also said some of these answers in the past, but we're trying to get them on the public record as well, which is really important. Mr. Gresh, finally, do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General and some of which to the intelligence committees. I actually had the people with the firsthand knowledge provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would just say that I think that these questions are important questions, and I look forward to being involved in the process to get those answered. I know there'll be a lot of questions from other committee members, so I yield back.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Burchett himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I would like to have you on my legislation to do just that on the reporting, and we'll get together on that. Maybe you can be my co-sponsor on that. That'd be really cool. Thank you for those great questions. Mr. Graves, again, I'd like to know, how do you know that these were not our aircraft?
Some of the behaviors that we saw in a working area, we would see these objects being at 0.0 Mach, that's 0 airspeed, over certain pieces of the ground. So what that means, just like a river, if you throw a bobber in, it's going to float downstream. These objects were staying completely stationary in Category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speeds, 1.1, 1.2 Mach.
I reached out to the aliens who
and they
texted
would
me
do so in
and
very
probed my
erratic
nether
and
regions.
quick
What I
behaviors
gathered was
we
that
don't-
Massey
I don't
back
have
to
an explanation
150.
Okay.
I
Have you
bought it
spoken
111.
to commercial and military pilots?
I didn't know they gave you stock tips after
that
the
have seen
fact.
these off of our East Coast?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Fravor, I noticed that in the Tic Tac video, it's Tic Tac like the candy, not TikTok like the Chinese Communist app.
That's correct.
Yes, sir. I just want to make that because my daughter corrected me on that and called me a boomer.
There's nothing
and said,
communist
"Hey,
about
boomer," and I
TikTok.
said, no, baby, it's Tic Tac like the candy. You're going to have to just
It's
look
pure
it up.
capitalism.
And, but now I would also like to say today is a day of many firsts. It's a miracle that we're having this meeting, and it's also a miracle that my wife has put up with me for 9 years today. Today is my anniversary, so I want to tell my wife happy anniversary and that I love her very much. As she likes to say, this 9 years have been the best 2 years of her life. So, thank you. Mr. Favor, what astonished you the most about the flight capabilities of these Tic Tac, very briefly?
The
Not
performance.
the time guy.
Absolute performance. It was.
And you're not aware of any other objects that anybody in the world has, in this world, that has those capabilities?
No, I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Are you aware of any other reconnaissance platforms that have tracked or recorded the Tic Tac's maneuvers, maybe the NORAD system or any of the others?
I am not.
Okay. Mr. Grush, thank you for being here, brother. Thank you all very much. Have you faced any retaliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may help provide somebody information. But it was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank. Yeah.
It's very unfortunate, as they say, when you're over the target, that's when they do the most firing at you. Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes. Personally.
Have anyone been murdered that you would that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
Maybe in a, if we could get in a confidential area, SCIF, we could talk about that. But unfortunately, we were denied access to the SCIF, and that's very unfortunate in this scenario.
Someone unleash a real life bear into this hearing. It will accomplish 2 goals.
Mr.
Shut
Favre,
these people up
you
and let
believe
everyone
that
know
you
what
witnessed
market we're
an
in.
additional object under the water in relation to your encounter?
I will say we did not see an object. There was something there to cause the whitewater, and when we turned around, it was gone, so there was something there that obviously moved.
Okay, it was not the same object though that you were looking at, correct?
No, we actually joked that the Tic Tac was communicating with something when we came back, and because the whitewater disappeared.
We were, in another instance, we're told about the capabilities of a jamming during viewing of when there were some people chasing some of these objects. Did you experience any of that jamming or interrupting your radar or weapon
Pickles are on
system?
fire this week.
My crew
5
that
out of
launched after we
5?
landed
so.
experienced significant jamming to the APG-73 radar, which was what we had on board, which is a mechanically scanned, very high-end system prior
Dork.
to APG-79. And yes,
Red
it did
Candid?
pretty much everything you could do, range, velocity.
But it's gonna
aspect,
bounce.
and then
I need it to
hit the
bounce.
block,
I
and
want
the
to sell
targeting
this
pod is
spread
passive.
for
That's where we
$5.
get the video on.
I'm about to run out of time, but are you aware of any of our enemies that have that capability?
No.
Okay,
Someone
I
save
would
Todd.
also like to know.
Todd's
for the
about to get
record
fucked
that,
again.
Like George Knapp breaking Area 51, he's the reason I knew about that, and the reason I know about the Tic Tacs is Leslie Keene from New York Times article, and I would encourage
All your
everybody to
base
read
are
that.
belong to us. Also, we're crashing
Go back to
GME. Love the
no time.
aliens.
Very good. Mr. Ransom?
Yeah, it looked like they were going to short it big this morning.
Thank you,
so
Mr. Chairman.
I guess
Mr.
that's
Graves,
what they're going for.
you reported UAP encounters.
They got a lot of liquidity in the
during
pre-market.
Training flights, I think, and have since come forward to warn the Pentagon that
My
these
port value hasn't
encounters may be
changed in an
putting
hour. Hedging?
pilots at risk.
Question? Yay. Maybe.
My first question is, you've identified these as taking place on the East Coast. Is it just on the East Coast where these encounters have been reported?
No. Since the events initially occurred, I've learned that the objects have been detected essentially where all operations, Navy operations are being conducted across the world. And that's from the All Domain Anomaly Resolutions Office reporting.
All right, can you describe your experience after you decided to come forward and go public with your experience?
Certainly. Like many others, in 2017, I saw the New York Times article come out as well. And for me, it was special because I recognized the voices on the video. I recognized the video itself. I had seen it when it was taken. I seen it when it was debriefed. And so that was kind of shook me because I realized that this problem was still ongoing. And so I reached out to colleagues back on the East Coast and realized that this was still a safety risk that they were dealing with, that they had essentially hit a wall with how they could move forward on this conversation. It was at that point when I decided to try to move the conversation forward myself.
Are there common characteristics to the UAPs that have been cited by different pilots, and can you describe what the convergence of descriptions is?
Certainly. We were primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere.
I'm sorry, dark gray or black cubes?
Yes, inside of a clear sphere, where the apex or tips of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere. And that was primarily what was being reported when we were able to gain a visual tally of these objects. And that occurred over almost 8 years. And as far as I know, it's still occurring.
I take it that you're arguing what we need is real transparency in a reporting system so we can get some clarity
Is
on
this
what's going on
bullish?
out there, because
I
there
don't-
are many pilots in your
I don't-
situation.
Bullshit?
But we
Maybe.
should have a
Bullish?
way
I
of
don't know.
developing a systematic inventory of all
So
of
he's
such
saying they
encounters.
look
Is that
like
right?
this?
Yes, and I think we need both transparency and the reporting. We have the reporting, but we need to make sure that information can be promulgated to commercial aviation as well as the rest of the populace.
Mr. Grush, what about you? What was your experience after you came forward?
Well, it's only been about 2 months or so, so I guess my experience has been overwhelming support
Cubes
from former
in
colleagues of mine
spheres.
that have privately messaged me and And I do appreciate that.
Why haven't we researched this
but I
as
do
a
have
method of
knowledge of,
transportation?
Active
I'm gonna
plan,
throw Legos
classical
in the
activity
tires
against
of my
myself and
car
colleagues.
and see what
It's
happens.
very upsetting.
If I achieve warp
Coming
speed,
from where?
I'll let you know.
Certain senior leadership at previous agencies I was associated with. And that's all I'll say publicly, but I can provide more details in a closed environment.
Okay. Well, I hope you understand that there would be bipartisan rejection of any attempt to vilify, demonize, or engage in other reprisals against our witnesses and people who are telling the truth from their perspective.
Yeah, there were certain
a
colleagues of
cube with
mine
a
that
shield?
were brutally administrative.
Okay, I mean, you can use
actually
cubes
makes
in
me very
space
upset,
because there's
so,
no
as a leader, to see that happen to other
there's no air,
coworkers and
right? So
actually
aerodynamics
superiors of mine
are
over the last few
irrelevant.
years.
How do you account for that response? That seems like a bizarre response.
I call it administrative terrorism. That's their quiver, their tool in the toolbox to silence people, especially, the career government service cares about their career, cares about their clearance, their reputation to climb the ladder. And when you threaten that career path, a lot of people back off. But I'm here to represent those people. So.
Atmospheric entry.
Mr. Fravor, what about you?
Any significance
what
to
has your
quorum
experience
1
been
month up
since
30%?
You come forward
Yes.
with your perspective on this.
Actually, I've been treated very well. And the 6 people that were involved, myself included, all of them have or will be retiring from the military as 05s or 06s. And all my friends that are very senior, 3 and 4 stars, I've talked to them. They believe, they understand there's a problem. But no, I was actually treated really well.
And what is your general interpretation of these phenomena, or what is your current thinking of trying to make sense of them?
Well, I'll say, I'm not like a UFO fanatic. It's not me. But I will tell you that what we saw with 4 sets of eyes over a 5-minute period, still, there's nothing, we have nothing close to it. It was,
Thinking
it was
selling my
amazing to see.
FUBU
I
and
told
grabbing
my
it
buddy
under
I wanted to
2
fly it.
is a
Yeah, it's
possibility.
just an incredible technology.
Risky, but
All right, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman,
it
thank you
could
very
be.
much. I'll yield back to you.
Thanks. On to Ms. Luna.
Mr. Grush,
You could also get
speaking
burned
you
trying to do it.
Yesterday, I just wanted to follow up on Representative Raskin's questions. In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life. To put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that? To your knowledge, are NHIs working with adversarial foreign governments in either technology exchange programs or back engineering programs?
I don't have data on that. I'm not sure.
Have you heard or you had people come forward to present that evidence?
Not that particular evidence that you just espoused.
Okay, on the 19th of April, Dr. Kirkpatrick, head of Aero, had said that he did not find any evidence of UAPs. You also stated that you had, in your interview, that you had briefed him on information that you were uncovering, but that he did not follow
where's
up
the
with
line
you.
between taking
Were
this
the items that
seriously
you
and thinking
divulged to
it's
him
very
for
silly?
national security?
That seems very silly.
Yes, him and I had a classified conversation in April 2022.
I'm in fear of my
before we took
life
over
if Siri
Aero
doesn't
in,
square to $8
July
in the next 4
2022,
minutes.
and I provided him some concerns I had.
Do you know why he might not have followed up with you?
You think we'll bounce back to 45,
Unfortunately, I cannot read his
60?
mind.
I do.
I wish he did.
I do. I'm
I
kind
was
of-
hel- I was
I'm kind
happy
of
to give
banking
sage
on
counsel
that.
to him on where to look when he took the helm of Aero.
Okay, and then my last question for you before I move to Mr. Graves is you received prior approval from the Defense Department to speak on certain issues, correct?
Correct, through DOPSR, DoD Pre-Publication and Security Review, and I just want to remind the public, they're just looking from a security perspective. These are my own personal views and opinions, not the department's.
Okay, I'm asking that though mainly because I think that there are many people that would like to discredit you. So it does bring a certain amount of credibility to your testimony.
I'm required by law to do that as a former intelligence officer, or I go to jail for revealing classified information.
Yeah, we don't want you to
Yeah.
go to jail. My next question would actually be for Mr. Graves. Can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
Certainly. In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was a similar event within 24 hours later in the evening. This was a morning event, I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects were approaching some of the security guards at rapid speeds before darting off. And this is information that was received through one of the witnesses that have approached me at Americans for Safe Aerospace.
Was this documented in any official form, whether it was a police blotter?
Yes, they had official documentation and records from the event that the witness held over the years.
And I'm not going to ask you to do it right now for time reasons, but you'd be able to sketch what was witnessed, correct? And have you seen that before on any other equipment and/or during your flight time?
I have not seen what they've described. This object was estimated to be almost the size of a football field, and I have not seen anything personally that large.
Okay, and then another question on follow-up referencing the gimbal video Go Fast incident. Can you just clarify, because to our understanding, the footage was actually cut off at a certain point, but what happens at the end of that video, just for those Americans specifically that are wanting to know about the rest of that footage?
Certainly. There was some uncertainty or instability with the object. It seemed to rock a bit, and that's the last I had seen of the video. Much of the data that I would recommend be analyzed would consist of radar data that would provide precise kinematics on the object, as well as the fleet of objects that were operating nearby.
Okay, and follow-up, in regards to the reporting procedures that Mr. Garcia had addressed on, as well as Representative Burchett, with the FAA, to your understanding, pilots that are seeing this, commercial airline pilots, are they receiving cease and desist letters from corporations for coming forward with information in regards to safety for potential airline passengers?
I have been made privy to conversations with commercial aviators who have received cease and desist orders.
So the American public should know that corporations are putting their own reputations on the not the line, but ahead of the safety of the American people. And I think, would you agree with that statement?
It appears so.
Okay. And I guess this would be my last, I'm out of time. I yield. I'll be back.
Good. Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, let's talk about the laws of physics for a second. Mr. Graves and Commander Favor, I heard you talk about speed. When those objects broke the sound barrier, did they make a sonic boom?
I was in a jet. You can't hear anything. It's kind of loud in there.
Yeah, you're not able to actually personally tell within the vehicle. I will say the objects that we were seeing, they were spherical, and they were observed up to Mach 2, which is a very non-aerodynamic shape.
What about G-forces? Let's talk about G-forces of those vehicles. Could a human survive those G-forces with known technology today?
No.
No, not for the acceleration rates that we observed.
Okay. What about what they look like? How close did you get? Did you see a seam or a rivet or a section? And what I mean is, obviously, the jets you're flying have all those things. Did these objects have those?
Do you want to go, Ryan?
I didn't have the detail to be able to tell that.
So we got within a half mile of Tic Tac, which people say that's pretty far, but in airplanes, that's actually relatively close. No, it was perfectly white, smooth, no windows, although when we did take the original FLIR video that is out there, when you put it on a big screen, it actually had two little objects that came out of the bottom of it. But other than that, no windows, no seams, no nothing.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself of non-human origin craft?
Yes, I personally interviewed those individuals.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself about ATs, advanced technologies that the U.S. government has?
Based on conventional advanced tech, I was briefed to the preponderance of the Defense Department's both space and aerospace compartmented programs, yeah.
Do you have knowledge or do you have reason to believe that there are programs in the advanced tech space that are unsanctioned?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say that they're above congressional oversight, what do you mean?
Complicated question. So there's, some, I would call it abuse here. So congressional oversight of Conventional
anything?
special access programs, so I'll use Title 10, so DOD as an example, right? So 10 U.S. Code Section 119 discusses congressional oversight of SAPs, discusses the DepSecDef's ability to waive congressional reporting. However, the Gang of Eight is at least supposed to be notified if a waived or waive bigoted unacknowledged SAP is created, and that's public law.
Well, so that how does, I mean, I don't want to cut you off, but how does a program like that get funded?
I miss the aliens?
I will give you generalities. I can get very specific in a closed session, but misappropriation of funds and
Does that mean
self-fund.
that there is money in the budget that is said to go to a program, but it doesn't, and it goes to something else?
Yes, I have specific knowledge of that. Yep.
Do you think U.S. corporations are overcharging for certain tech they're selling to the U.S. government, and that additional money is going to programs?
Correct, through something called IRAD.
Okay. Satellite imagery.
How dare he talk
Let's
about
talk about
the
satellite
US
imagery.
budget
We have
for the
satellites
military.
all over the place, some that we're aware of and many that we're not aware of, right? We're taking pictures of everything at every point and second. Mr. Grush, are you aware, do you have direct knowledge, or have you talked to people with direct knowledge that there are satellite imagery of these events?
That was one of my primary tasks at NGA, since we process, exploit, and disseminate that kind of information. I've seen multiple cases, some of which, to my understanding, and of course, I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and from other strategic and tactical platforms that I could not even explain prosaically. And I have a degree in physics, by the way, as well. And I am aware that you guys have not seen these reports, unfortunately. And I don't know why.
Do you have direct knowledge, or you've spoken to people with direct knowledge that this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery?
I can't discuss that in an open session.
Okay. Do you have any information that the U.S. government is involved in a disinformation campaign to deny the existence of certain UAPs?
I can't go beyond what I've already stated publicly in my News Nation interview because it touches other sensitivities.
Okay. I'll yield the balance of my time back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Garouche, in your sworn testimony, you state that the United States government has retrieved supposedly extraterrestrial spacecraft and other UAP-related artifacts. You go so far as to state that the U.S. is in possession of, quote, non-human spacecraft, end quote, and that some of these artifacts have circulated with defense contractors. Several other former military and intelligence officials have come forward with similar allegations, albeit in non-public settings. However, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of AARO, previously testified before Congress that there has been, and I quote, no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity or of, quote, off-world technology brought to the attention of the office. To your knowledge, is that statement correct?
It's not accurate. I believe Dr. Kirkpatrick mentioned he had about 30 individuals that have come to Arrow thus far. A few of those individuals have also come to Arrow that I also interviewed,
Okay.
and I know what they provided Dr. Kirkpatrick and their team.
Okay,
I was able to evaluate
okay,
that information.
I need to go on.
Sure.
But my understanding that his statement is accurate, came from a direct quote. And this contradiction is a perfect example of why we need to inject transparency into our government. And for another example, look no further than the pitiful response to the Chinese spy balloon debacle
She's
earlier
80
this
and a
year.
congress member of New York.
You may remember the mass confusion that ensued when the balloon was first spotted
a
over Montana, 4 days after it first
congresswoman from
entered
North
U.S.
Carolina.
airspace over Alaska. The Biden administration's initial inability to address the object grew into a continuous series of embarrassments. After news of the balloon reached the mainstream media, we were assured that the balloon posed no threat to our security. However, after the balloon was allowed to transit the entire continental United States, fighter jets were scrambled off the coast of South Carolina to shoot it down. This flip-flopping and obfuscation caused needless confusion, fear, and panic across the country. It's my hope, Mr. Chairman, that this sort of confusion will not be repeated. We should investigate the extent to which elements of our government possess or do not possess information that is of critical value to the American people. We owe it to the citizens of this nation to make sure that our government is transparent and accountable. We must make sure that our government provides answers, and Congress must do its duty to solicit those answers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yeah, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2022, NASA announced that it was commissioning an independent study team to examine UAPs. The NASA team is comprised of scientists across different fields, as well as former astronauts and pilots. In May, the independent study team held its first public meeting, which included the perspectives from NASA senior leaders, as well as perspectives from the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. The NASA study team is also expected to release its first report pretty soon, and I think it's safe to say that we all eagerly await its results. Mr. Graves, how might NASA's research influence the commercial industry regarding safety in UAP?
I think NASA has a big role to play as far as commercial aviation safety, and it's one
I'm
of
not
their
sure I read
original
New York.
charges
Now I
as an
can't.
organization.
The same search
One of the
results.
recommendations that have been put
Aliens?
forward is to utilize their
She's
existing
the
aviation safety reporting
congresswoman
system
from,
to serve as a short-term fill and
like the
trusted
5th
platform for
district or
pilots
something?
that want to report on UAP. It also has built-in analytics capability and is funded by Congress.
Gotcha. And also, Mr. Graves, are there any other industries that may be influenced by the NASA research on UAPs? And if so, how so?
Well, I think there is a large swath of commercial capabilities that could be brought to bear on this topic, from space-based or ground-based sensor systems that are
This
available
is a hearing
open
on
source or through
UFOs.
commercial marketplaces. And I think NASA's work, as they work to identify and highlight specific parameters that can be found, we can take that information and promulgate this through the public sector so that we can have a more open conversation about what we're seeing.
You know, in 2020, the Department of Defense released several videos of UAPs, including Mr. Freier's experience, U.S. Navy pilots that recorded footage. In 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a preliminary report on UAP events. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson stated that NASA would begin to investigate these events. In fact, I sit on Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and when we were doing a hearing with the NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, I asked, you know, why NASA needed to be fully funded, and there were many great reasons, but one of them was actually had to do with UAPs. He actually mentioned, you know, is there life out there? I don't know. And so either way, these actions ultimately led NASA to assemble the independent study team that I mentioned earlier. Also in 2021, Harvard University stood up the Galileo Project to research and examine the origins of UAP. So it seems like both, you know, from NASA and in the higher education community, because of the work that y'all have done and people standing up, you know, I think we're seeing some of that
I got in on the second
stigma
test of like 149.
slowly going away. Mr. Freier,
Hasn't
do you
moved a lot
believe
yet,
that
but a
military
little.
pilots feeling empowered to share their UAP experiences has directly impacted the scientific community's research goals on this topic?
I would say yes. I would say that, you know, starting in 2017, when it actually came out, it took that stigma away. I mean, I've talked to multiple senators who said prior to that, if you'd have mentioned UAP, you'd have been laughed off the hill. And now we're sitting here today for a public testimony on what's actually going on. You know, I'm hoping that this curve will be more of an exponential and we'll get more and more transparent to the level that we can.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, it's important. I couldn't imagine, you know, I'm not a pilot, but I used to fly gliders in Civil Air Patrol. Huh? Yeah, yeah.
Pilot?
I mean, you know. And so either way, I mean, I couldn't imagine, you know, being in the glider and seeing something, and then not feeling like I had the agency to talk about it. Mr. Graves, can you discuss the importance of seeking scientists to sit on your advisory board?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is going to be a scientific problem. And not only that, it's also an engineering problem. I've been working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics to help them stand up a UAP integration committee to
A
help
Tic Tac
integrate
with
their
no seams
engineering
that had two
prowess
little
into
things
this
sticking
problem.
out of the bottom
And
on
so,
one
yes, very
side.
much. I think this is
He's
an
talking about
engineering
a cock and
scientific
balls.
problem as much
Got
as a
him?
national security problem.
And how might Congress help to facilitate partnerships
He's just
between
never seen
the
one that
scientific
small
community
before.
and the UAP focus groups within government?
Well, I think one of the things they can do is to have these types of hearings to communicate to the public that this is a topic of interest. I think that there is a pseudo market, if you will, of interested capabilities and talent that want to approach this topic, and we're seeing that start to grow now. So I think continued conversation, reduction of stigma is going to allow that to flourish and allow answers to help generate
Jay
themselves.
Fresh, be honest with me. Am I
100%.
gonna
Well,
be able
thank
to
you
sell
all
these
for being here.
spreads
Thank
for
you for your work. I
$5
think
or
it's
not?
important that we keep our top scientific minds focused on this issue and look for ways to increase collaboration. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say I want to thank you for having this hearing, and I want to thank Mr. Burchett, Ms. Luna for leading this hearing. And with that, I yield my 5 minutes to Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to direct this, I believe, to Mr. Grush, but if any of you all feel like you need to jump in, just jump right in. We're good. Has the U.S. government become aware of actual
not sure,
evidence
but
of
probably
extraterrestrial,
not.
otherwise unexplained forms of
They're
intelligence?
55.
And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
They're 55, 65.
I like to use the term
spreads.
non-human. I don't like to denote origin. Keeps the aperture open, both scientifically.
They're currently 460,
Certainly,
but I want to
like
sell
I've
them for 5.
discussed publicly previously 1930s.
Okay. Can you give me the names and titles of the people with direct firsthand knowledge and access to some of these crash retrieval programs, and maybe which facilities, military bases that the recovered material would be in? And I know a lot of Congress have talked about we're going to go to Area 51, and and there's nothing there anymore anyway.
Call.
It's just and we move like a glacier. And as soon as we announce it, I'm sure the moving vans would pull up. But please.
I'll send you the.
I can't discuss that publicly, but I did provide that information both to the
Like the
Intel
option
committees
strat
and
after I
Intel
enter it.
And we could get that in the skiff if we were allowed to get in a skiff with you. Would that be probably?
I think we only need a test.
Sure, if
of
you had the
like
appropriate accesses,
45.
yeah.
What
60.
special access programs cover this information, and how is it possible that they have evaded oversight for so long?
I do know the names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly and how they've evaded oversight. In a closed setting, I can tell you the specific tradecraft used.
All right. When do you think those programs began, and who authorized them?
I do know a lot of that information, but that's something I can't discuss publicly because of
All right.
sensitivities.
If any of y'all want to jump in on any of this, you're more than welcome to. What level of security clearance is required to fully access these programs?
Well, anybody who has
And I say that because myself, Representative Gates and Representative Luna were basically turned away at one point at Eglin. So please go right ahead.
certainly difference between member
Good
access and say
crowd.
somebody like me, but anybody who has a TSSCI clearance and meets the eligibility criteria, the access adjudicative authority should be able to grant you access. Yeah.
Mr. Burchett, if you'll yield, so just to put a fine point on that, there's nothing that you're aware of that's above special access program classification.
It's a misnomer that there's anything actually above top secret. Executive Order 13526 delineates the classification levels.
Right, but I draw a point on that because we can have access to those programs, and so the notion that we're not being given that access sort of defies our typical muscle memory here in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Burchett. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Along those lines, Title 10, you may not know this or not, but Title 10 and Title 50 authorization, they seem to say they're inefficient. So who gets to decide this, in your opinion, in the past?
It's a group of career senior executive officials,
Okay, are they government officials?
both in and out,
Do what?
both in and out of government, and that's about as far
I
as I
got
can
you.
go there.
All right, well, that leads to my next question. Which private corporations are directly involved in this program? How much taxpayer money has been invested in these programs, to your knowledge? I mean, we know we audit the Pentagon every year, and I've been here 5 years, and they failed the dadgum thing every year. lose over
You
$1
said
billion
dadgum
a
again.
year, we think, and I've told them.
Should be a drinking game.
Maybe 60% of their assets are unaccounted for, whatever the heck that means. In the public sector, you go to jail for that kind of crap. So tell me.
Yeah, I know when I'm $1 off of my DTS travel voucher, I get hammered, but seems like it doesn't work the other way,
If you
right?
sell over
Yeah.
if you sell over $600 worth of stuff on eBay
He's
now, you get
Foghorn
called from the
Leghorn.
IRS. So please, what corporations?
Yeah, I don't know the specific metrics towards the end of your question. The specific corporations I did provide to the committees in specific divisions, and I spent 11 and a half hours with both Intel committees. So.
Okay, has there been an active U.S. government disinformation?
Are you going to enter
campaign
anything for
to deny the
FOMC
existence of
soon, or better to wait
unidentified
right
aerial
before?
phenomena? And if so, why?
I'm slowly building up.
Can't go beyond what
positioning.
I've already espoused publicly about that.
Are the non-humans using AI? We're watching this so that we can speculate on future stocks that will make money
Okay,
over
I've
the
been told
remaining
to ask you
course
what
of
that-
Project
what that
Bluebeam.
is and how to get it in the record.
What
What
I
you
was
stated
watching it for
publicly in
the
your
comedic
interviews
effect.
for the congressional record.
If you reference my News Nation interview and I talk about a multi-decade, campaign to disenfranchise public interest, basically.
Chairman, I've gone.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
apologize, Mr. Chairman. I yield back negative 21 seconds.
Thank you. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for coming here today. I do concur with the ranking member as well as several other members here on this committee that this is a committee for whistleblowers and for the protection of whistleblowers as well. So we understand what you're putting on the table here and what you're putting on the line here, and we thank you for that. Mr. Grush, you sat on the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Task Force created in the 2020 NDAA, correct?
Yes.
There have been some things that have been mentioned here during this hearing that I wanted to pick up on. Mr. Graves, you mentioned specifically during the answers to one of your questions, you named Boeing contractors being engaged in an incident regarding this red cube about a football field wide. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the interaction, or Mr. Grush, either of you, the interactions between defense contractor companies and any UAP-related programs or activities.
So I'll just say that the information about the contractor himself were provided by a witness, and I have no particular detail in that relationship.
Mr. Grush?
I feel like I could run for Congress on a
general
two-point platform.
talks.
Stay out of the market,
Certainly
let billionaires
contractors,
work their
the metal
magic.
benders, so to speak, the
Two,
ones actually,
aliens are real
doing
and
specific
dangerous, but I
performance on
identify as a
government
werewolf,
Are they required
so you're safe.
to issue any
Probably.
disclosure regarding UAP sightings, or do they engage
Here
in
is
any,
your congresswoman.
reporting around
She's
this?
not mine.
in terms of the contractors,
Yeah.
not
I
that
don't
I'm
even
aware
live in
of.
her
They
district.
do not. Okay. Now, when it comes to notification that you had mentioned about IRAD programs, we have seen defense contractors abuse their contracts before through this committee. I have seen it personally, and I have also seen the notification requirements to Congress abused. I am wondering, one of the loopholes that we see in the law
What's up,
is that
NJ?
there is, at least from my vantage point, is that depending on what we're seeing, is that there are no actual definitions or requirements for notification. Are there, what methods of notification did you observe? Like when they say they notified Congress, how did they do that? Do you have insight into that?
For certain IRAD activities, I can only think of ones conventional in nature. Sometimes they flow through certain, I'll just say, SAP programs that have cognizant authority over the Air Force or something, and those are congressionally reported compartments, but IRAD is literally internal to the contractor, so as long as it's money, either profits, private investment, et cetera, they can do whatever they want.
To put a finer point on it, when there is a requirement for any agency or company to notify, or any agency to notify Congress, do they contact the chairman of a committee? Do they get them on the phone specifically? Is this through an email to hypothetically a dead email box?
A lot of it comes through what they call the PPR, Periodic Program Review Process. If it's a SAP or Controlled Access Program Equity, and then those go to the specific committees, whether it be the SAS, CASC, HISI.
Thank you. I apologize, I just, my time is limited. Mr. Graves, one of your main concerns is that the FAA currently does not have an official process to receive reports of UAP from pilots or others, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, what data should the AERO program prioritize for potential collection? We have,
It's trying to
location,
be.
date,
That's
time,
what
but
I'm
are there
trying to
other specific activities,
sell these fucking contracts
characteristics that
into.
should be included in these reports?
Certainly. I think that there's two categories that would be important. One would be kinematics and understanding the specifics of how the vehicle or objects are moving. And the second would be a more zoomed out approach of being able to look at origin and destination before the incident, as well as getting a better contextual understanding of how these objects are interacting with each other.
Thank you. Now, because I only have a minute left, I apologize, we only have 5 minutes today, but for the record, if you were me, where would you look? Titles, programs, departments, regions, if you could just name anything. And I put that as an open question to the three of you.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
And I would say, and I've told people that you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of the classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly what Mr. Grush can point you, then you have them.
Okay. Mr. Graves?
I was an operator, so I was depending on folks like Mr. Grosh to do that homework.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back to the chair.
Mr. Biggs?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses for being here today. I'm over here. Thank you so much for being here. I want to get into specifics here, and a reason I'm going to go this way is because you've talked a bit about what I would call misdirection by official U.S. government with regard to UAPs, right? And so I'm going to get to that in a second. But last week, White House NSC spokesman John Kirby stated that UAPs are having an impact on our training ranges and need to be treated as a legitimate issue. Do you concur with the statements? That's for each of you.
Yes.
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 Okay. Now, having said that, I'm going to take you to specific instances around the Phoenix Valley, because that's where I live. And in '97, we had the famous Phoenix Light case. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that. There were two things that went along with that, and the explanation was military training range off Luke and the Barry Goldwater Range. Do you know anything different other than the official explanation of those lights?
Only what's in the public vernacular about it. That was outside the scope of my duties.
And if we wanted to, just my question along with my colleague from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, if we wanted to find out more about that, where would we go to find the files, and who would we address? And are you going to tell me we need to go to a SCIF so you can tell us in a SCIF?
I could potentially give you a vector on that. That specific case, I'm familiar with it in terms of public, but I give you a vector in a closed environment, yeah.
That would be good, thank you. So if it's true that UAPs are having an impact on training ranges, and this administration considers it to be a legitimate issue, what steps can Congress take to address training range impacts? And I say that having two very large training ranges in my state. And so we'll start with Mr. Graves and going down the panel.
Some of the initial procedures have been implemented, such as within the United States Navy, that have a range failure report that gathers information from pilots. I understand that a service-wide reporting mechanism is still pending. However, that would be a great next step, not only for gathering information, but for showing the troops that it is an acceptable topic and reducing the stigma.
Okay, please, all of you continue.
Yeah, as a recipient of a lot of those training range reports, sometimes we only get contextual kind of oral reporting. It'd be nice if they attached all sensor data and there's a system in place that can handle multiple classifications of data. And that's an issue with the F-35, right? That jet was never built to be an ISR platform. And it's a pain in the, we'll just say, butt to get that data off. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with the previous two. Being a user of those training ranges, that the data has to be out there. You have to acknowledge that you're seeing them, and then you have to collect the data. Right now, you get the report, someone says, I saw something, but no one collects the radar data to back it up and do research.
Okay. Do you believe that the 2019 classification guidelines for UAPs interferes with the federal government's ability to be transparent with the American people? And do you think we need to be more transparent with the American people? All of you, yeah.
I'll say yes to that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with at least the UAP Task Force 2019 Security Classification Guide. I think it's fair. I did actually help author that with the director
you got a bias that way then.
But I will say, I'll call it a lazy attitude about declassifying videos. I mean, I've seen some of the videos of the recent shoot down, and I saw no reason that couldn't have been released as long as they mask some data. The American people deserve to see that imagery in full motion video.
I would think, well, in my opinion, I will say things are overclassified. I know for a fact the video or the pictures that came out in the 2020 report that had the stuff off the East Coast, they were taken with an iPhone off the East Coast. A buddy of mine was one of the senior people there, and he said they were originally classified to TSSCI. And my question to him was, what's TSSCI about these? They're an iPhone literally off the vacapes. That's not TSSCI. So they're overclassified, and as soon as they do that, they go in a vault, and then you all have to look for them.
Yeah, so with the overclassification, that may be one way. Are there other ways that the DOD or intelligence agencies are keeping this information from the American people or even from Congress?
I think part of that has been not encouraging reporting. If the problem is not something that can be measured, it's not something that's going to be fixed.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm out of time, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
First of all, without objection, Representative Nick Langworthy of New York has waived on the subcommittee for purpose of questioning witnesses at today's subcommittee hearing. And then we go to Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you guys coming out today, testifying. Look, I've been here for 6 months, and I'm pretty skeptical. I don't trust anything in this town. And so I think that's because I'm from Missouri. You've got to show me, right? With that being said, there's been a lot of things that have been said in the public, Mr. Grush, and so I want to get down to, if we can, some specifics, right? So at one point you had said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
This guy doesn't believe in viruses?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured. And the activity, and I got
by UAPs?
They're very hard to see.
By people within the federal government?
Both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or...
But I'm sure he also doesn't believe in other things you can't see, like God.
Or beings that has caused harm to
the balance is out, right?
Humans.
That's how that works.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here, because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed, myself and my wife, was very disturbing.
Okay. One of my constituents actually sent this next question, and I figured I'd ask it since I had the same thought. You've said that the U.S. has intact spacecraft. You said that the government has alien bodies or alien species. Have you seen the spacecraft?
I have to be careful to describe what I've seen firsthand and not in this environment, but I could answer that question behind closed doors. Yeah.
And have you seen any of the bodies?
That's something I've not witnessed myself.
Okay, and so with that being said, and the other statement that has been made that was intriguing to me it's intriguing because my view has been that we are billions of light years away from any other system. And the concept that an alien species that's technologically advanced enough to travel billions of light years gets here and somehow is incompetent enough to not survive Earth or crashes is something that I find a little bit far-fetched. And with that being said, you have mentioned that there's interdimensional potential. Could you expound on that?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, to answer your first question, and I'm here as a fact witness and expert, but I will give you a theoretical framework at least to work off to kind of espouse crashes. regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash, cars crash, n number of sorties, however high, a small percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the holographic principle.
Why are they in this environment if they can't talk about anything publicly?
It derives itself from general relativity and quantum mechanics, and that is, if you want to imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface, that's the holographic principle. So you can be projected, quasi-projected from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional. It's a scientific trope that you can actually cross, literally, as far as I understand, but there's probably guys with PhDs that we could probably argue about that.
But you have not seen any documentation that that's what's occurring?
Only a theoretical framework discussion, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so this guy's insane.
Occam's razor is that these aircraft, have they been identified that they
You
are
found your
produced
niche?
by domestic
Congressional
military,
Committee
contractors?
I think it's because all the people on the Discord turned the stream on.
Not to my knowledge, plus the recoveries predate a lot of our advanced programs that I previously am witting of, so.
Would it be safe to say that there could be a scenario today where you have an aircraft that crashes and because it's been involved in one program from one federal agency, and but the agency that retrieves it is not aware of that program, and to them it appears alien in origin?
I mean, that's a hypothetical situation. I'm not aware of any historical situation that would match that you described, so.
You're not aware, it has not happened that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure
Is
from
Jeff
Eglin Air
Goldblum in
Force
this
Base
one?
indicating that
Not
there was
so
a
far.
UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding
This dude watched
that
Contact way
episode
too many
and brought with
times.
me
Show me Helen
Congressman
Hunt, or I
Burchett
don't
and
believe in
Congresswoman
gods
Luna.
or aliens.
We asked to see any of the evidence that had been taken by flight crew in this endeavor and to observe any radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew. And initially, we were not afforded access to images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image. And we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat informed on the matter, having served on the Armed Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years. When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said. They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico. And when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace. Not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation for which there is a radar sequence that I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb. Again, like I said, not of any human capability that I'm
Purple
aware
Tic Tac.
of. And when he approached, he said that his radar went down, he said that his FLIR system malfunctioned, and that he had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection, as you would typically see in a test mission. So I guess I'll start with Commander Fravor. How should we think about the fact that this craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming a number of the
No one cares
sensor
who
and
the vice
collection
president
systems on that
is.
craft?
Well, I think this goes to that national security side. You can go back through history of things showing up at certain areas and disabling our capabilities, which is disheartening. And for us, I mean, like I said, it completely disabled the radar on the aircraft when it tried to do it, and the only way we could see it is passively, which is how he got that image. So I think that's a concern on what are these doing, not only how do they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this.
And how should we think about four craft moving in a very clear formation, equidistant from one another, in a diamond? In all of the phenomenon, perhaps, Mr. Grave, that you've analyzed, have we ever seen multiple craft in a single formation?
I have one particular case, and that was during the gimbal incident. The recording on the AT FLIR system shows a single object that rotates. You hear the pilots refer to a fleet of objects that is not visible on the FLIR system, and that was something that I witnessed during the debrief as part of the radar data on the situational awareness page. I would like to add, however, Congressman, there's a small bit of anger, I would say. I would feel that those pilots are still facing that difficulty in reporting this topic, and they don't have the tools to be able to mitigate this issue. It just goes to show how serious this is and why this is such an important issue for our pilots and for our nation.
It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that if you have a UAP experience, the best thing you can do for your career is forget it and not tell anyone. Because any type of reporting, either above the surface or below the surface, does have a perceived consequence to these people, and that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth. Mr. Chairman, I would observe
So for about a
that
bear call
perhaps
spread,
as
we run out.
as
Is
we
it correct
move
that I can
forward
lock
from
in
this hearing,
profits
there are some
at
obvious
the
next
level I
steps.
think we'll top
Every
out
person
at
watching
or
this
out?
knows
Top
that
out
we need to
around
meet
by
with
buying an
Mr.
at the
Grush
money put.
in a secure,
Doing this
compartmentalized
for
facility
PDT,
so that we can
correct?
get fulsome answers that do not put
You
him
mean a
in
bull
jeopardy
call spread?
and that give us the information we need. Second, I would suggest that
Then
the
yes.
radar images that were collected of this formation of craft out of Eglin Air Force Base, and specifically the actual image taken by the actual flight crew that we can actually validate, be provided to the committee, subpoenaed if necessary, so that we're able to track how to get this type of reporting and analysis done in a more fulsome way. That would be my recommendation, humbly, as a guest here of the Fine Oversight Committee. I yield back.
Ms. Mays?
Can we fill the gap before FOMC?
Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr.
sure.
Chairman, and good morning to our witnesses who are testifying today. I want to thank each of you for being here to discuss a topic of grave importance to our national security. Earlier this year, a Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of my home state of South Carolina. Since the Roswell incident in 1947, many Americans have wondered about the dangers of unknown objects crisscrossing our skies. Whether these are UAPs or weather phenomena, advanced technology from American allied or enemy forces, or something more out of this world. So my first question, I have several questions, and if we could just be quick on these first two, I'm going to ask each of you the same question, and then I'll get to each of you individually. The first one, when you reported your experiences with a UAP, did any of you face any repercussions with your
I think
superiors?
SPX can
Yes
still
or
go
no?
up a little bit here. It's got an okay amount of momentum. VIX is
I've
dropping.
actually never seen anything personally.
Not a lot.
All right.
Actually, VIX
and
is
then
pretty
do
stagnant
you believe
here.
there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny
I don't think it's
existence of
unreasonable to
UAPs,
think
yes
we
or
can
no?
fill the gap, though.
I don't have an answer to that.
Or at least test it again.
As previously stated publicly, yes.
I think previously with like Project Blue Book, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't report seeing UAPs.
That's just my personal estimate.
In the incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after it was reported?
Absolutely.
A few questions for Mr. Favor. As an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen an object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots?
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sat somewhere in a file.
Money being
Never
taken
got
off the
reported.
table ahead of the Fed
It
decision?
happens a lot up
That's-
here.
I mean, Futures
Shocker.
started selling off
Mr. Gresh,
on the
a
test
couple
of
of questions for you
4,600
too, sir,
last
this morning.
night. I don't think
What
any
percentage
surprise
of UAPs do you feel
is
are
expected from the
adequately
Fed decision
investigated
today at
by
all.
the U.S. government? Of the 5% that are reported.
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through that I could triage, so.
Do you believe that officials at the highest levels of our national security apparatus have unlawfully withheld information from Congress and subverted our oversight authority?
There are certain
5% chance
elected
on no
leaders that
data,
have more
we touched
information that
4,600.
I'm not sure what they've shared with certain
So, like,
Gang of 8 members,
okay.
et cetera, but certainly
I like your opinion on it.
I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on
You
your
think there'll be violent
experience and
swings in the
extensive
data drops? Yeah, I
conversations
think
with
the
experts,
neutral
do
positioning
you
will
believe our
close
government
out.
has made contact with intelligent
So there'll be some.
extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this documentary evidence, this video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
It was a bird.
Okay, so, and you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next hearing that we have, but who in the government, either
I don't think we've
what
learned
agency,
anything
sub-agency,
except
what
that
contractors,
they can
who
talk
should be
about stuff in a
called
closed
into
session.
The next hearing about UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting, and you probably can't name names, but what agencies or organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get
Impossible?
these
Birds aren't
questions
real,
answered, whether it's about
hence
funding, what
non-human.
programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
Super, thank you, and I yield back.
Okay, now we have Mr. Langworthy's here.
Analysts at Raytheon have found that the aliens were actually swamp gas from a weather
Thank you very
balloon
much. I'd
was
like to
trapped
thank,
in a thermal
all
pocket
of the witnesses
and
for being here
reflected
today,
light from Venus.
to discuss this very unique
Yeah.
topic. And I'd like to jump right into my questions, if you don't mind. Commander Fravor, can you briefly describe your background?
Yeah, I was an enlisted Marine, Naval Academy graduate, Navy, flew for 18 years, got a master's from University of Houston, and I've worked in the private sector for the last, 16 years, 17 years. I do a lot of defense work. So
Really gold-plated credentials. Commander Fravor, we have all seen the floating Tic Tac video that you engaged with on November 14th, 2004.
Yeah, rate
Can you
decisions
briefly
at
talk
2
about
p.m., the
why you were
presser's
off
at
the coast of
2:30.
San Diego that day?
Yeah, we were at a workup with all the battle groups, so we integrate the ships with the carrier, the air wing with the carrier, and we start working. So we were doing an air-to-air defense to hone not only our skills, but those of the USS Princeton when they had been tracking them for 2 weeks. The problem was that there was never manned aircraft airborne when they were tracking them, and this was the first day, and unfortunately, we were the ones airborne and went and saw it.
Do you remember the weather that day? Was it cloudy or windy or anything out of the ordinary on the Pacific coast?
It was actually, if you're familiar with San Diego, it was a perfect day, light winds, no white caps, clear skies, not a cloud. It was, for flying, it was the best.
Now, is it true that you saw, in your words, a 40-foot flying Tic-Tac shaped object?
That's correct. Or for some people that can't know what a Tic Tac is, it's a giant flying propane tank.
Fair enough. Did this object come up on radar or interfere with your radar?
He literally means
or
Tic Tac.
the USS Princeton?
The Princeton tracked it, the Nimitz tracked it, the E-2 tracked it. We never saw it on our radars. Our fire control radars never picked it up. The other airplane that took the video did get it on a radar. As soon as it tried to lock it, it jammed the radar, spit the lock, and he rapidly switched over to the targeting pod, which you can do in the F-18.
From what you saw that day and what you've seen on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft?
No, there's none. There's no IR plume coming out, and Chad, who took the video, went through all the EO, which is black and white TV, and the IR modes, and there's no visible signs of propulsion. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet.
In your career, have you ever seen a propulsion system that creates no thermal exhaust?
No.
Can you describe how the aircraft maneuvered?
Abruptly, very determinate. It knew exactly what it was doing. It was aware of our presence, and it had acceleration rates. I mean, it went from 0 to matching our speed in no time at all.
Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would have just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yes.
In your belief, is this
mouse pointer of the entity
this
playing
flying
the
Tic Tac,
simulation?
is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the earth?
No, like I said earlier, I think it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion. And I know there's been some physicists have done calculations, which is beyond anything that we have.
Well, either the United States has an adversary here in this world that we don't know, or we really have some serious investigations to do. I really appreciate you being here. Is there anything else about the November 14th, 2004 incident that you think is important for this committee to know that you haven't been asked here today?
No, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that were tracking it, and then for us to get visual and to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever. I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were involved in the thing, including the video, every one of us is going to do 20 plus years in the military in very responsible positions. So I'd say the world needs to know that. It's not a joke.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony here today for all of you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here and the courage it took to come forward and again, the sacrifice that each of you have made. I serve on the National Security Subcommittee for the Financial Services Committee, so I really want to stay in the national security lane, if I may. So when we think about traditional adversaries and both us towards them and them towards us, we probe their capabilities. We look for weaknesses, and we collect that data, that reconnaissance for in the event we need it in the future. For each of you, yes or no question, based off of your own experience or the data that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs could be essentially collecting reconnaissance information? Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Grush?
Fair assessment, yeah.
Mr. Fravor?
Very possible.
Again, in the national security vein, is it possible that these UAPs would be probing our
How
capabilities?
about that
Yes
Wells
or no, Mr.
notice
Graves?
sent to MMAT CEO and former torch CEO by the SEC? That's promising.
Is it possible that these UAPs
Might
are
delay
testing for
seeing 25
vulnerabilities
cents
in
for
our
a couple
current
years?
systems?
Womp womp.
Yes, possible.
Do you feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves?
I give up as the one and only double pigeon whale. It was me. They saw a Tic Tac, and my wings are too small to detect. I'm sorry for the
Mr. Graves and
confusion.
Fravor, in the event that your encounters had become hostile, would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your crew, your aircraft?
Absolutely not.
Sir?
No.
Is based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Yes.
By external observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment, yeah.
Yes.
Is there any indication that the Department of Energy is involved in?
No, they're
data
not.
collection and housing?
I don't have an answer. I can't.
They
confirm
have
that I don't
fucking. They have they have cube spheres that accelerate from 0 to 3,600 miles per hour in a split
Mr.
second.
Chairman,
And they care about our fucking
I think I'm the last member
1970s
to
nuclear
go,
technology.
There clearly is a
get the
threat
fuck
to the
outta
national
here.
security of the United States of America. As members of Congress, we
It's
have
like,
a
oh man, these guys
responsibility
learned how to turn
to
rocks
maintain
into
oversight
fucking
and be
energy.
aware of these activities.
This
so
is
that,
where
if
it's at.
appropriate, we take action. I would encourage the chairman to demand that we have any and all, but in particular Mr. Grush, talk to us in a skiff.
Fucking horseshit.
And if that access is denied, I will personally volunteer to
The access will be
initiate the
denied.
Holman Rule against any personnel or any program or any agency that denies access to Congress.
Yeah, get your sound
Mr.
bite.
Chairman, with
Next.
that, I will yield the remainder of my time to my fellow colleague from
We are
Tennessee, Mr.
championing
Burchett.
your right to know shit the government doesn't want you to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr.
But that
Hurst,
shit's
for great
classified, so we
questions.
can't talk about it.
Mr. Grush, I might have asked this before, but I want to make sure. Do you have any personal knowledge of someone who's possibly been injured?
Trust me,
working on
I'm the only
legacy
person in the
UAP
world who's
reversing?
seen it.
Yes.
Okay. How were they injured? Is it something like a radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand? I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidents.
Just getting a count on warheads, even though they probably have defenses, they would still need to know how many anti-nuke rockets to load into their spaceships. Now, they're not real. This is all bullshit.
How do you think we ought to handle UAP whistleblower complaints like yours in the future?
Yeah, there was some issue with mine. So, PPD 19 process, it goes to the Intel committees, either through PPD 19 or ICD 120. There's not a good way for the Intelligence Community Inspector General to provide that to other committees. And I asked my
straddling upstart
information
overnight's not
to be sent to the House and Senate
bad.
Armed
It
Services
just
Committee
tends to
because
be very
there are
one-sided.
Title 10 equities at play. but
Strangles
there
are
was
probably
no
better.
smooth process to do so. Yeah.
That's a trash can. Are you aware of any individuals that are participating in reverse engineering programs for non-terrestrial craft?
Personally, yes.
Do you know any that would be willing to testify if there were protections for them?
Certainly closed door and assurances that breaking the
I don't think
NDA are not
aliens
going
aren't
to
real.
get
I think this hearing is
administratively
bullshit.
punished for so. Yeah.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Statistically, aliens
Thank you.
are very
we're
likely
gonna
to be
do something a little
real.
bit out of the ordinary here. We're going to give 3 people.
But you wouldn't
a
want them
chance
to come
additional
here.
3 minutes. So Mr. Burchett.
They wouldn't be friendly.
Keep going.
Why don't you come back to me, Mr. Chairman? Ms. Luna, if she's is she on that list?
Sure.
Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record an article by News Nation, and it follows.
Would you
Mr.
straddle or
Brush's
strangle an
quote for the
alien?
record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grush, why is it that you
I don't know.
refer
Do-
to the phenomenon
do they have
as
necks?
non-human intelligence? Why deviate from the basis of extraterrestrial life?
I think the phenomenon is
More likely to be real,
very
aliens or
complex, and I like
MOASS?
to leave an
Aliens.
open mind analytically to specific origin.
When you say specific origin, are you referring? Can you elaborate on that for those that might not?
If it's a traditional extraterrestrial origin or something else that we don't quite understand from either a biological or astrophysics perspective, yeah, I just like to keep an open mind on what it could
Fluffy
be.
got you, Ben.
Okay. And
It was a
referring to the
valiant
News Nation
effort.
interview, you had referenced specific treaties between governments. Article 3 of the Nuclear Arms Treaty with Russia identifies UAPs. It specifically mentions them. To your knowledge, are there safety measures in place with foreign governments or
Did you
other
fun of
safeguards
white
to avoid an
playboys?
escalatory situation in the event that a UAP malevolent event occurs?
Yeah, you're referring to actual a public treaty in the UN Register. It's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, the Agreement on Measures to Reduce the Risk of Outbreak of Nuclear War, signed in 1971. Unclassified treaty, publicly available. And if you cite the George Washington University National Security Archives, you will find the declassified in 2013 specific.
The fuck are we watching?
In the specific
people
red line,
inferring
message
with
traffic
no
in
evidence
specific
that
codes
aliens exist
pursuant to Article 3 and
in
Article also Situation
in a
2,
congressional
which is in
committee.
The previously classified NSA archive. What I would
should have never fucking killed Harambe.
I tried to get access, but I got a wall of silence at the White House. Was those specific incidents when those message traffic was used?
Yeah,
I think
flying
some
penis-shaped
scholarship on that
phallic
would open
objects.
the door to a further investigation using those publicly available information.
Thank you. And then my last question with 51 seconds remaining. You mentioned white-collar crimes potentially being taking place in regards to a cover-up. Can you please elaborate?
I have concerns based on the interviews I conducted under my official duties of potential violations of the federal
relatively even
acquisition
today. I'm
regulations.
surprised
the FAR.
you're expecting downsies into
Thank you
Mega
very much.
V.
I'm going to yield the remainder of my time.
I don't. I kind of expect us to close at like
we'll go to Mr.
45:50.
Raskin for 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
No,
and
between
thank the witnesses
45:50
for
and
their,
60.
endurance and service today. Mr. Fravor, you've described your episode in detail now, and you call it the most credible UFO sighting in history. But I wonder, was this the first time that you encountered a UFO or a UAP in 2004?
Yes.
And what was your general attitude or
I'm not sure I'm liking this market
perspective
patch.
on
Where both the
the
VIX isn't
UFO
allowed over
discussion
14,
before that happened?
and Tau isn't allowed to be
I
read for
never
more than
felt
30
that we were
minutes.
alone with
Fair.
other planets out there, but I wasn't a UFO person. I wasn't watching History Channel and movies.
Yeah, but are you now?
And have you had experiences or encounters since that happened?
No.
And so have you formed any general conclusions about what you think you experienced then?
Yes, I think what we experienced was.
He does
like
have
I said,
cancer,
well beyond
but
the
here's my
material science and
question.
capabilities that we had
Was
at the
he
time,
bald
that we
before
have
the
currently,
cancer?
Or that we're going to have in the next 10 to 20 years.
Very good. Mr. Grush, you've been able to answer in great detail on certain questions, and then other things you say you're not able to respond to. Can you just explain where you're drawing the line and what's the basis for that?
Yeah, based on my DOPSR security review and what they've determined that is unclassified.
I see. So you're answering any questions that just call upon your knowledge of unclassified questions, but anything that relates to classified matters you're not commenting on in this context.
In an open session, but happy to participate in a closed session at the right level, yeah.
He was not.
And Mr. Graves, you
Not
said
only
that
did he
there
have
are
hair, he had
dozens of
copious amounts of
fellow
hair.
pilots, military pilots. Are there also commercial pilots who've encountered the same kind of sightings that you described before?
They are similar. Commercial pilots have less range and less sensors to be able to reach out and look for objects over wide
Tons of
swaths
hair.
airspace. And so pilots are seeing them, commercial pilots are seeing them, and they're typically closer, and the range of what they're seeing is pretty large.
What is the most vivid, concrete sighting with the naked eye of the objects that you described before, the cube-like objects?
Certainly. I think the most vivid sighting of that would have been near midair that we had at the entrance to our working area. One of these objects was completely stationary at the exact entrance to our working areas, not only geographically, but also at altitude. So it was right where all the jets are going, essentially, on the eastern seaboard. The two aircraft flew within about 50 feet of the object, and that was a very close visual sighting.
And you were in one of the aircraft?
I was not. I was there when the pilot landed. He canceled the mission after, and I was there. He was in the ready room with all his gear on, with his mouth open, and I asked him what the problem was, and he said he almost hit one of those darn things.
He said he was 50 feet away from it?
Yes, sir.
And his description of the object was consistent with the description you gave us before?
A dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere.
Inside of a clear sphere?
Yes.
and with no self-evident propulsion system.
No wings, no IR energy coming off of the vehicle, nothing tethering it to the ground. And that was primarily what we were experiencing out there.
I'm over time. Thank you very much for your service, and I yield back to Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Mr. Burchett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for all three of y'all, starting with Mr. Graves. Why did you come forward on this issue?
I came forward because I felt that my colleagues did not have a way to mitigate this safety threat, and I wanted to help them. I was trained as an aviation safety officer by the Navy, and this seemed, it just felt right. I felt like I had to help the folks that were still flying and dealing with this.
Mr. Grush?
Purely a sense of duty. I first swore an oath when I was a cadet 18 years ago, and I still uphold that even out of the uniform.
Commander?
I was
Yeah,
pestered
I see that, George.
by a friend, and I asked why, and he said, "You're the one person that they can't discredit, and you'll add credibility to the New York Times article." And so after about 6 times, I said, "Okay."
Yeah.
Fluffy's just stingy and already has it?
This town
Has
isn't,
what?
made, unfortunately, by people like you.
Oh, the OnlyFans?
We thank you. And I do want to also thank the people in the audience and the people that are
He does
watching
have an
this, again,
OnlyFans,
people all over
actually.
the world that have kept this issue alive. You've endured criticism.
Educational.
And derogatory remarks, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. And so God bless y'all. Thank y'all so much. We really appreciate you guys and gals. That's why we need term limits. Y'all keep clapping, us politicians just keep talking. So let me ask y'all, how can the public contribute to UAP reporting, and what avenues you think are available to the public to report these sightings?
Well, right now, I don't think there is a lot of public options for every man to be able to report on this. I think even for professionals that have sensor data that are seeing these on a regular basis, they're still hesitant to come forward. And so for the general public, I think encouraging the conversations that we're having today, looking for technology solutions that can be distributed so that objective data can be gathered is the first place to go.
Mr. Grush?
I'll just touch on the whistleblower side of it. I do encourage, current and former military, intelligence community, and industry contractors to come forward in a legal way, either through the IC or DoD or whatever the cognizant IGs are, to lead.
I'm heading outside for some fresh Canadian wildfire air, and I yield back my time.
I guess I should say this for the record. My daddy was United States Marine Corps, 1st Marine Division, so.
Hoorah.
Yes, sir. He was old school.
All the superior nuclear tech that the aliens are supposedly coveting.
Yes, sir.
Yet no cure for hair
I'm
loss.
not anything like my daddy. He was incredible.
It's true.
I'm very mediocre, to say the least, but go ahead.
You're not you when you're high. Thank you so much,
For
man.
me,
Welcome to
I was
Zillionaire.
an accident
I'm not going to play a
investigator
song
for
right now
the
because it'll
alert,
blow
and I
up
think
everyone's
what witnesses need
eardrums.
to do is,
But I appreciate it.
one, don't
Hit
try
me
and
up
make
on the
the fish
Discord.
bigger
I'll
than
get
it
you
was.
added after the stream.
Stick to the facts, write it down, and don't speculate what you think it is because it will sway your decision. Just write the facts down. We can get all the facts together and we can start to investigate and get a real honest story instead of it was this big.
Thank you all, and I want to thank everybody. We made history today. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you much, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. I know now
Is
we're
there
going to be making
potential
some
for
closing,
violent
remarks.
downsides to
So I
that?
just
If
wanted
so,
to say a
could
few
you
things. First,
whisper
to our
violent
witnesses,
downside
I want to
potential?
thank all of you for being here with us today. I know that it takes
Not
a
a
lot,
lot
of
of it, I
courage.
don't think.
You're telling really important information to this committee, and I just want to thank you also for all three of you, your service to our country. I also want to just note that today's hearing was both important but also
up into
serious.
FOMC or starting
want
to
thank
top out.
our,
There's a put wall
subcommittee chairman, Mr.
at,
Brockman, I think, for
60 and
running a very
65.
fair and substantive hearing.
Or
I
50
do want to
and
thank the committee
55 and
staff
60?
on both
Hold on,
sides
let me double
for
check.
the amount of work that it took to put this hearing in place, and certainly to all the members that have been involved in this issue prior to
That's a 55,
prior to the
60.
hearing. I also want to note for our witnesses and for
So
the public
we could
that
move up to
I'm
like
a freshman member of
470
Congress
from
and I've
here,
only been here for 7
but
months.
momentum
But
seems
this
to
is
be
by
dying
far the
off a
most
bit.
bipartisan conversation and discussion that I have seen happen in the Congress. And I think that a topic of this significance as it relates to our national security, as it relates to information that we're trying to gather for the American public, does bring people together, and I think that's been really great to see. I think it's also important to note for the public, today in our hearing, we had on our side also both our full ranking member, which is Mr. Raskin, and our vice ranking member, which is Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, both here at our hearing. I think it shows the importance and seriousness that our side of the aisle is taking to this important hearing, but also to the broader issue as it relates to working with our Republican counterparts on this committee. I want to additionally add that I think it's really important that we have and continue these discussions and these hearings.
45, 55,
Clearly,
45,
there's a lot
60.
of information that we don't know, but it's also very clear that we have to continue our investigation and accountability on asking the right questions and ensuring that they're part of the public record. One thing that was important today is some folks might wonder, why are we asking questions that might already be out there or that have been asked before? It's important that they're asked and put into the public record as it relates to this committee. And so I want to thank you for, answering some questions multiple times. I know, not just in maybe meetings you had with some members, but also here in the public. Let me also just add an additional note that it's important also that our friends in the media and those that are not just reporting on this hearing, but that have reported on this topic and that may in the future, the media has an important role in this process. And it's very important that the media engages, does independent investigation, and reports on not just what happened today, but what they see independently as what is happening around UAPs in the broader community. That is also an important public benefit that we have in trying to get the information and the facts as it relates to this. Let me also just say finally that as a teacher and an educator and a longtime teacher and researcher,
empty seats in
that I
room.
also
the best
really
of
believe
the
in
best
following
decided to
facts,
show.
in doing your
Congressman
homework,
Billy Joe Bob,
and making sure that
great
you
granny
follow
Congresswoman
science,
Nana, and
as
people
we
examining the
try to get
real
the most
important
information as possible.
issues.
So I want to thank you all for agreeing to do that today. Transparency is a cornerstone of government. We live in a vast galaxy, a lot of unanswered questions, and thank you all for being here today. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'd like to one more time thank Mr. Burchett and Ms. Luna for bringing this to our attention. It's a topic that has interested me since I was in school.
Oh God, not the fucking 1966 book again.
Obviously, I think several of us are going to look forward to getting some answers in a more confidential setting. I assume some legislation will come up.
All right. Ever since I was a little boy in Bulgaria, I have been interested in alien life forms. One time in 1966, Gerald Ford said that he loved aliens, and I read about them in a book called Fancy Plates in Space. Let's hear that Tillionaire song. Oh, wait. There we go. I don't know who makes Tic Tacs. Let's find out. They're manufactured by Ferrero. They're a private company. And they're described as one of the world's most secretive firms. I'd imagine it's because they have flying Tic Tacs. Well, Fluffy, it just happened. We've switched from being a stock stream to investigating the ownership of Ferrero International. It's probably owned by the Rothschilds. Full port Tootsie Roll instead? No, they didn't say it looked like a Tootsie Roll. Freemasons and Illuminati have a stake as well, of course. I always knew that Hazelnut Center was too good to be true. Did you buy Beyond calls? I don't... What? When? I don't know what you're talking about. Tootsie Roll was in his flight suit after almost hitting it. Are you still in snow? I haven't re-entered. I got stopped out of it. I was gonna wait until after, well, I got fucked on that, didn't I? I was gonna wait to re-enter, after earnings. Whatever. I made a little money on it, I guess. It could have been worse. Decided to drop like a rock today, huh? Happens. I'm still in J&J. Does J&J still have room to run a bit? I mean, my PT is like 175. But yeah, I think it has room to run beyond that, possibly. There was a little bit of profit taking yesterday. Well, end of the day on Monday, and a little bit yesterday. But that seems to have eased up now. I think interest is kind of coming back in, so. Ferrero secretly owned by Northrop Grumman. Don't worry about answering smooth operators' questions. They're too busy focusing on their port to listen. Good. That's. Did I miss? Is there a thing going on? I got a good entry on the put side of my straddle, but I missed when we dipped below 45.55 earlier. Will we get back down that low before 2 p.m.? Maybe? There's a put wall at 55.60. 2-year pigeon whale anniversary today. Jimmy to the moon. To UFOs are real. Wow, what a ride. It's been a crazy 2 years, and it's only gonna get weirder. Nothing major. I was referencing a previous comment. I think I might have missed it. Ferrero? That explains Nutella. Explains palm oil. Are the aliens after our bitcoins? Of course. We've figured out blockchain technology. They haven't. It's the only explanation. Do you make dress as a school teacher or a French maid when you all do your quant calls? I mean, I think usually Dork attends in his birthday suit. I see they're wanting to turn into something and act like a baby, but that's pretty normal. After all, 5-minute timeouts are literally Literally the worst form of torture and banned by the Geneva Convention. I feel like I should just avoid any political things, because then we can avoid all the drama that follows. Politics, politics, politics. All right, Fluffy, time him out. Time that guy out. He's stepping over the, yeah. Thanks, Dork. He was stepping over the line. But then you yell at people, and it's funny, but I like the drama. Nothing political. Your mod just has an incessant need to have the last word. You got it, champ. He has a prime directive to time out anything remotely political. He follows it with a degree of passion unlike I've ever seen. They figured out interstellar travel. We make computers create sentiment-based currency. They're after us, y'all. It's not currency. You can't buy things with it. Glass-Steagall shall rise again like a phoenix from the ashes. That would be cool. Putwall, bought or sold? Bought. Good job, Fluffy. I was gonna time him out anyway. Bipolar Bear, shut the fuck up. The only politics allowed is the politics of money. Wouldn't yes no coin? I think that already exists. Didn't somebody make like a paired shit coin? TLDR from the alien hearing, are they out there? Question mark. That sounds like a good summary. I finally had a chance to get caught up on spreads. I just need to turn on margin. The other day you mentioned this market is good for spreads. Is this because of price action and implied volatility? It's because there's not a lot of room to the upside. A little bit. Not the IV at all, but yeah, mostly just the upside part. Yeah, gone. Did I just get timed out? I don't know. Did you? I got shamed by a friend for not really participating / following politics. I don't know, but it just doesn't really interest me unless it can affect the stonks. Well, that's the problem with politics, is that it can. The only politics allowed is the politics of money and glowing reviews of the Whig Party. You know, you really don't need to be campaigning for the Whig Party in here. Greg, I missed the sweet, sweet nectar of your SPX 0 DTE gains. How much did you make off those calls alone yesterday? On this account, what did I make on the calls? It was like 800 or something. And then I made another like 1,500 off selling calls. Something else. I forgot what the other thing was. Oh, I had a short put spread also that, or bull put spread that printed. Thanks. I'm ready to join the toe ring gang. Ooh, you better get your pedicure. Don't worry about margin. Get your pedicure done. Gherk, the tips liquidity indicator you guys made, does it work for every stock? No. Yes and no. If so, could you check it for Novavax? I have to set it up for the stock. It's not just like I can just flip it on and look at the stock. There's other things that need to be done first. So no, I can't. I might be able to later if you DM me about it. I'm a Tory. Oh shit. Hot take, Fed will announce 0.25 hike. Market runs to 45.80. Powell will indicate they aren't done in his presser. Market will drop to 45.50. Everyone will be amazed at what Gherk said would happen. I would be okay with all of that. What's your price target on Beyond? What? I don't know what you're talking about. You keep saying things, but they don't make sense to me. Clear coat? What? I'm about to lose my toenail due to a pickleball injury? Oh no. Do you think joining the toe ring gang would distract from this horrific injury and restore my foot modeling career? It couldn't hurt. Any thoughts on Overstock becoming BB Beyond? I think after student loans in October and full recession depression in 2024, Overstock discounting might be the brand identity they should stick with. I can't believe that company's still in business. But it's good to know that they bought a bunch of useless shit with the little bit of money that they had. As a poor, do you think 731 is okay theta to profit from a SPY spread for JPOW? Hello there, may you please full port Siri so it doesn't go under 5 and my children don't have to starve? Thanks. I absolutely will not. What would it take to get VIX to 20? Well, I'd imagine VIX would have to go to 14 or 15 first. How dare you bring that filth in here? Clear coat for the pedicure? Yeah, absolutely. Or French tips, you know, if you're feeling fancy and you have an extra half an hour. Did I hear you expect to stay between 45.50 and 60 today? Even with JPOW? That's not what I said. Overstock didn't buy their inventory, just the name and site. Yeah, that's a waste of money. You couldn't buy their inventory. They didn't own it. That was one of the reasons they went out of business. Have you discussed the reason for why the Roaring 20s began? with a pickleball craze. I don't think that's true. There's starving children on your conscience now. Just remember that. Just apply for food stamps like the other degenerates. Cohode says it's a great deal, though. Yeah. Good for him. I think he's a scam artist. Gork, my puts for my straddle are up 15% already. Lols. I kind of want to close them before JPOW. Okay. What if JPOW does 0.5? Are you going to not complain about it afterwards? You will. I know you will. Can you publicly thank Atomic? I don't know if it's him, but I appreciate him maintaining the 250 level on Fubo with his 0.1% ownership of the company. I think his ownership of the company might be greater than that at this point, but I will. I'll let him know, Poopy Pants. JPOW's not doing 0.5. We all know this. What if he does something way worse? I'm going to complain no matter what happens. That's who I am. I can respect that. Hold on a second. Well, that's interesting. No, I guess it's about the same. I don't know if I need to do anything else today. I don't want to use up one of my day trades. Do I? I could use up a day trade. Man, I hate FOMC days and the sideways trading. Why? Just sell theta. That's what I did. When do I get a new day trade? Why doesn't it tell me? I do not have any... Stupid. Is Siri gonna bankrupt me, Grack? I don't know. How much of it did you buy? Probably. Man, hey, did Apple have some good news? Not that I heard. Maybe? Its options chain didn't look very interesting last night. Barron's released an article saying Apple Pay is getting popular, and that's a problem for PayPal. I have 10 calls. Well, then that's not going to bankrupt you. Herman Cain isn't a politician. Why did I get timed out? I'm going to time you out again, just for asking. Is FOMC at 2 p.m.? The announcement's at 2. The presser is at 2:30. Fluffy has to time me out for my political views on allowing Catholics into the British monarchy. It's understandable. Have you discussed what your expectations are for FOMC? Like 0.25? Yep. I expect them to do 0.25. Although, it could get very interesting if they maybe decided to increase the rate at which they are quantitatively tightening, which I think would be a smart move. I don't know if they'll do it, but it would be a smart move. Nope, the rate hikes don't matter. He doesn't need to do a big rate hike. He needs to destroy money. Would I get timed out for opinions on Hammurabi's code? Only if they disagree with my opinions on it. I don't remember what it is, and I'm not gonna look it up, so it was like the first set of like codified law, right? Creating crimes and a predetermined punishment system for those crimes. Eye for an eye, yeah. Hand for a bread, you know, that kind of thing. Sub Gurk with a Q. Interesting. We're gonna fill that upside gap? Not right now. Also, what are your thoughts on aliens/gods inserting themselves in past events of human history to shape our current world? P's, was Atlantis an alien settlement? PS. PPS. Is this just walking? Birds aren't real. Okay, well, your opinion on birds is your own. I don't think aliens and / gods have been inserting themselves in the past events of human history. But we did kill Harambe, and that probably fucked things up. Would this be a good entry for Siri? Or a really, really bad one? Did the congressional testimony discuss the lost colony of Roanoke? They can only talk about that in a private session. I made really good raspberry and also chocolate croissants just now. Frozen berries and the canned dough. Simple and quick when you don't have time to do it from scratch. I was gonna be like, you have way too much free time on your hands if you're at home making puff pastry. They didn't tell us if Jesus was an alien or not. Creme brulee or panna cotta? Panna cotta. I don't like creme brulee, actually. The crunchy sugar part's disgusting. Sup, buddy? I've been listening off and on because today is boring. Yeah. Quick question. Why does the show Curse of Oak Island never find anything? I've never seen it. I said croissant, not croissant. Ew. No, not. I was upset they didn't talk about Bigfoot. Yeah, I mean, the purpose of the meeting was to get additional funding for defense contractors under the auspices that they need to protect our military personnel from imaginary shit. Read a little deeper into what's going on. Just, it's not even a lot of layers. It's not even one. It's the skin of the onion. I'm getting the idea that things are leaning more bearish. No. We are just sitting in the middle of the put wall. I think it was a case to stop giving the defense contractors a blank check, but then we couldn't match the budget. And over a 10-year period, the U.S.'s military budget would begin to decline instead of increase, leaving us defenseless to protect our currency. We need to protect ourselves from imaginary things. I didn't think they were discussing AI in that meeting, and yet they were. I guarantee you at least half of those Congress people before that hearing wrote in Chat GPT, can you give me 10 questions to ask military personnel that may have seen a UFO? The other half used Bard. UAP, sir? Tic Tac. Is it political to think that AOC probably uses Bard? I mean, the only way to find out is if Fluffy times you out. He hasn't so far, so I'm guessing it's pretty apolitical. Still there? Yep, okay, so yeah, safe. Seems safe. I can employ the coin flip. I mean, I just fully rely on you to make all decisions about what is or is not political, because I don't know. Half the time, I don't even know who these people are. I know Matt Getz sleeps with high schoolers. I know that other guy got cancer. I know everybody wants AOC to start an OnlyFans, but outside of that, I don't really know what they stand for, represent, or do with their days. Hey, if UAPs and aliens weren't a thing, would the Orange Man have created the Space Force? Checkmate. Well, I guess we'll find out in upcoming hearings if any money was embezzled from Space Force. Although that is my fallback career, so I really hope it doesn't go under. Dadgummit. Wait, who got timed out? I always like seeing what people get timed out for. And ChatGPT said as an artificial intelligence model, I cannot answer that question. Pickle spec looking like it may present a better entry in the short term or continued downside. The one from last night? I mean, I got in it earlier around like 10:30. I think it looks good to continue down. It may present another opportunity, but probably not. I'm just saying, dadgummit. That's fair. Your fallback career is embezzling money? No, Space Force. Fuck politics. J-Bow is going to be gracing our lucky eyeballs soon. Yeah, thank God he's not part of politics. J-Pow's the only thing that both sides of the aisle can come across and love in unison. And I think that's something special that we should hold dear. When should we start DRSing our Siri leaps? Probably never. Elon Musk heard Space Horse, and that's why he's trying so hard to get there, so he can pick up space flight attendants. He just wants to get them outside of the jurisdiction of human law. Which is concerning. Can you explain why your Iron Condor is not symmetrical? I don't know what you mean. The only classified information I really want to know is if two humans have copulated in space, you know, you could just get a seat on the Virgin Galactic flight and do it yourself. And then you'll know, right? 2 seats. What are the T+3 5 days for Siri? Today, T3? Today is T3. It's also the final day of T2. From last Friday. Tomorrow is T5 from the run. Friday is T5 from OPEX. You'll let your brother writes the DMX song. X gonna give it to you right away. Yeah, he should. Both sides agree that there are not enough Latinos at the Fed. That's true. And yet they've done nothing about it. Although Barr's retiring, so I'm fully expecting to see Latino representation at the Federal Reserve. I don't even know what I would do if that didn't come to fruition. I might lose faith in our central bank. We'll only be needing 1 seat. Nice. Zero gravity copulation sounds hard. It sounds dangerous for the electric devices in the vicinity of the copulating entities. I kept getting timed out from a new channel I subscribed to last night. Thanks for prepping me for that moment with all my alt accounts. So at least it's good to know I'm not the only person you annoy. No, she can't serve on the Fed. She's a member of the House. As a Latino, I just want representation for my puts. It's becoming an answer chant like in church. Our central bank is sound and resilient and also with you. Yeah. You're the most patient YouTuber out there. You're just banned from everywhere else, aren't you? Don't lie. You're banned here too, technically. We need a holy trinity. J-Pow, Yellen, and the TGA. In the name of the father, the mother, and the really big bank account. I'm banned a lot of places. People like echo chambers. No, people just don't like you. What about Our Lady VWAP? I'm kind of sad Walken's not unbanned. Not because I like Walken, but because of my pets. You know it's bad when the market's going down and people are complaining about their pets. Which is a better couple? J-Pow, Lagarde, or J-Pow Yellen? Huh. Lagarde. I was really curious to see how many accounts Bipolar would create before Gherk stopped it. I mean, he's like 5 of the people in here. Let me be clear, my only puts are at 45.45. Oh, okay. And SPX in the process of a double top on the hourly. It hasn't broken down yet. But it would begin to confirm at 45.40. Todd's sweating. Yeah, Todd's getting close. You rang? Hello, Christine Lagarde's Moascot. What's row? You mean like RHO? It's the 17th letter of the Greek alphabet. No problem, Spider. No, that's the wrong row. That's with an E. I took Calc 3. That sounds familiar. Do you mean in regard to options? Row is not the risk-free rate. Row is how sensitive an options price is to the risk-free rate. Or changes in the risk-free rate. I went to Harvard with my twin brother. He was in a sports team and got our idea jacked by a certain lizard man. I see. I'm so sorry to hear that. You road crew? Is that where you were getting? Was this all a build-up to get to that? Does JFresh have hawkish pause? I keep hearing this. Maybe. Are we going back to 4560 before 2? I mean, sure, why not? We're probably just gonna bounce around here until something happens. I think all of the volatility we're gonna have today just dragged us down to the put wall. And now we're just gonna chop between here and the open call interest, which is not sufficient to fill the gap yet. Is this a coxswain joke? I think so. That's no, not Rue. Hear me out. JPOD continues the pause, allows inflation to creep back up, and then Volker's at Jackson's Hole. Oh, that'd be bad. He'd have to Volker big. Row your put gently down the screen. Grumpily, till you 10x or scream. That's pretty good. I'll just say Todd is time of death. Fitting. Do you foresee a 100 BPS move either direction once FOMC data is released? No. Based on expectations for the FOMC data, I think we'll just close the upper and lower straddles and then end the day right around the middle. I don't believe in magic. Is Siri just following VIX? It's highly correlated. Do you have a singing voice? I would have had a hard time not singing that tune. Are you hiding your light under a bushel? Whatever do you mean? Roll your put gently down the chain. SPX testing 4,500. Never mind, that was just a dream. If JPOW does 0.25 and says future decisions are data dependent as everyone expects, where would the potential big downs come from? They wouldn't, right? So you don't think FOMC does much of anything today? Not if it goes as expected. I'm prepared for all the eventualities, which is the best you can do going into a unknown, right? Where could a surprise 50 BPS take us? I don't know, like 3,800? Probably not. I wish. Maybe like 4,300. No, I also don't believe in runic glory. The earliest recorded example of options was referred to in a book written in the mid-4th century by Aristotle, a Greek philosopher of great influence and a writer on many subjects. What if Aristotle was just a TikTok influencer, but from a long time ago? I'd be over the moon with 4,350. Huh. I'd be okay with it. Do you think the Monday expiration on SPX will experience severe IV crush? It's pretty low already. No, I don't think it'll be severe, but some. IV on options is pricing up today despite the VIX being at 1390. I think you're right, most likely. We test 46.75, then drop to 46.55 for end of day. Was that a typo? Or are you implying that we're going to go up $100 before the end of today? Did you see the tower crane collapse in New York City? No. Hey, Chris HJ. Are you bearish or bullish for the FOMC? Not really either. I think we just get 0.25. And then the Bears will be sad because we only got 0.25. And then the Bulls will be sad because JPAW is going to be like, this isn't our last rate hike. Do you think it was a silly goose move to buy 46.15s since they were only 50 cents? And we get a spike, they'll likely 2x even if we only spike briefly? I doubt it. Well, maybe. I mean, spike to what? What if he did, though? What if JPAW was like, the Fed will never raise interest rates ever again? Well, then we move to SPX all-time highs, and then our economy's fucked for the next 15 years. And we probably move closer to experiencing a depression at some point in the next 2 years versus a recession in the next 6 months. I would have access to the internet over the next 2 days. Should I buy some calls? That sounds really stupid. In theory, would a short squeeze on Syria likely mean big downs on NASDAQ? I mean, given how highly correlated it is with, like, NASDAQ 100 volatility, I would say probably to some degree. Not necessarily big downs, but downs. I know you're Tilray, but I just want to say I made 25K off it today. I want to come here and spread some love. Thank you for all you do. I've learned a ton from you over the past year. Nice job, man. I'm glad you got lucky. That's pretty cool. I do hate Tilray, though. I think they're a terrible company. But I'm glad you made money off of them. With all of the OI 4530, do you think we hit it sometime today? No, not necessarily. Hey everyone, I'm 4 beers in. How are we doing? Is today going to be a pause? I don't think so. Play I Can Be Green EDM remix. No. It sounds like they're bragging instead of spreading love. Both. Both are acceptable. Both is better. What's up, Gorg? I just got out of a meat meeting. Are we still bullish on Rev? Since earnings have been okay so far, and there won't be a rate hike until September, you think we just grind up until then if they hike 25? Earnings have been okay, but the companies that have had good earnings haven't gone up. Microsoft is down almost 5% today. See, you're conflating good earnings with analyst estimates. Beating estimates of earnings is not relevant. How did you make 25,000 on a stock that's gone up 29 cents? That's called being over leveraged. Or just 1,000 calls? I've bought 1,000 calls on things before. If SPX breaks down under 45.50, you're bearish? SPX greater than 45.80, you get bullish. Until then, you expect we close around 45.55. Currently, yeah, well, 45.55 to 45.50. I think we close right here. Breaks above 40.65 or bullish right now. And break down below 45.50 is pretty bearish. But that wouldn't be confirmed until we hit 45.45. Can you please tell the evil hedgies to fuck off? Thanks. Man, Todd's just trying to stay alive right now. Well, if he made $25 on Tilray, then he's exceedingly generous. So I got a 380C on QQQ, but I want to hedge the downside. I know just buy a put. I don't want to be 50-50 the strangle. Thinking 380C times a 2x 370p. So you want to be more exposed to the downside? That's a really wide strangle. Google's up 6% though, so it balances? No, it fucking doesn't. $5% of a $2.6 trillion company versus 6% of a $1.3 trillion company are not the same value. You think we're at 45, 50, 55 going into FOMC? That's possible. You think Meta bombs earnings today? They might. Who knows? Why would Meta bomb earnings when they just launched Threads? Well, first of all, the profitability of Threads, which is probably non-existent, wouldn't be factored in until next quarter anyway. Just got back from a funeral. I'm sorry to hear that. Can you give a 15-second synopsis of the Airbnb play? Did you enter on the uptick this AM? The synopsis is in the... I did enter it around 10:30, but the synopsis is in the write-up. I don't know what else you want me to say about it. There's nothing else to say. What FOMC outcome would be required to move above 45.65? All of the outcomes discussed seem bearish. Okay. I mean, just pulling back puts and calls is more than enough to drive us above 45.65. I'm SPY straddled with 45.55 and 455C, 456P. Am I doing this right? Well, you're doing something. Right is questionable. That's not a straddle, but it is a strangle. And it's backwards? How did that happen? It feels amazing. Is Ivy rising on Siri? The couple September 10 strikes are worth more than they were when it was trading higher. It may be. They may be repricing Ivy now that they have the price back to where it started the other day. Where's the AB&B write-up you mentioned? Discord? Yes. New rule, if you have to ask, you aren't doing it right. Is my memory bad, or is it not crazy for us to see 60 BPS moves in both directions on SPX today? It wouldn't be crazy for us to see that, I don't think. We've still got 48 minutes till the Fed decision. I have 18 puts, 9 calls, and no 0 DTEs. Okay, that just doesn't seem bad at all. What's the concern? Would OPEX next week affect Siri, or does it not factor in as much as the basket? OPEX was last week. In case of no rate hike, rocket up to 4,600. Why? I mean, first, what's the case for no rate hike? Second, why 4,600? What did you make of PAX CW price action during after hours yesterday? Any opinion? No position. I'm just curious as it stuck out. Didn't they get bought, like, they finalized the buyout in after hours or something? I didn't really pay that much attention to it. I mean, it looks like they just spiked it back up to mean, and then it dropped off after that. People getting out on the opportunity to reverse the panic selling. I don't think there's a lot to make out of it. That's what it looks like, right? What's up, Tankerific? Any plays to make right now, or just meh? A whole bunch. Is Siri the next 10 bagger? Probably not. Think J-Pow says anything about banks being strong and resilient? I mean, he has to. He has to say that. The case for no rate hike is banks are fucked, and every rate hike is another bank ball kick that risks making J-Pow look like a jackass. Well, he could just turn up quantitative tightening. Let's see how the banks handle that. No rate hike, but double the shedding of Fed securities from 48 to 96 million. How's that? Or billion a month. Better? Then everybody wins. Like, actually. I'm in Mexico. I'm about to make some huitlacoche and eggs. Do you have any good huitlacoche recipes? I don't know why you spelled it that way the second time. No, I don't. So if 0.5 cut calls immediately, if 0 cut puts, then re-enter whichever side you got caught. What do if it, just don't fucking fuck with it today. That's the answer. Don't fuck with it. The price action that occurs after the announcement is not necessarily in line with the long-term price action. We could just run up to like 45.90 so they get their calls closed out and then drop like a fucking rock tomorrow. Right? They get like on 0.5, that could happen. You guys are expecting the market to act rationally to the announcement, and that's a mistake. What's your possible price projection you think Siri can top out at? In the most reasonable scenario, I think 11. Is my unhedged August 440p safe today? Probably. It's probably safe from going in the money. You won't have to worry about managing it today. I did a rational thing and bought Tesla puts. Smart man. I've made money during FOMC afternoons. That's the evidence of an irrational market. How's life? Playing any cool video games lately? No. I mean, SPX is a pretty fun one, but other than that, not really. I love how every, like, companies like NVIDIA are trading at, like, PEs of 200, and people are like, I need to make a bull case for the upside here. No, you fucking don't. Here's the bull case. There's still enough stupid money out there that might buy this shit. Merrill isn't out yet. I just saw the crane collapse video and rushed to YouTube to make sure you were okay. I'm glad to see you didn't lose power or Wi-Fi. JK, I've been here all day. I don't even know where it happened. You need to stop making great bull cases. It seemed like a good one. There was a skyscraper nearby. Does that help? Not at all. That engaged NVIDIA bro with the $300 PT still lives rent-free in my head. Here, I'll help you with that. If his firm owned NVIDIA and he got caught making that trade, he'll lose his license, job, and the money he made. So, knowing people that work in finance, I would say he closed it long before it ever hit 300. And he will get his wife revoked. Well, either that or he traded it in his wife's account. She got all the money and left him with fiance's account. Because he was a tool. I saw you were watching the hearing earlier. What'd you think about the fact that the entity flew 50 feet away from the military jet to be described as a dark cube within a sphere? Nuts. Yeah. Too much oxygen can make you hallucinate. That assumes there's some sort of governing body in charge of things like that. Usually. A wife is still considered an associated person. Well, she was his fiance, right? Which is legally a girlfriend. At least in this state. That's why it's, when you're a stock trader, it's really good to have both a wife for taxes and a girlfriend for trading accounts. I'm not going to dox him. Yeah, but they saw the same thing over several flights, so that's pretty weird. You're legally my girlfriend in my state. You saw the footage of the Tic Tac, right? It didn't look like it was 50 feet away. No, Quant's called dibs in every state already, and at least 2 international countries. Nice. Ever tried DMT? Everyone reports the same experience. They're just doing DMT and then flying jets around. I believe it. The cube sphere was 50 feet away. Tic Tac, 1.1 miles. Whatever. Cody McCarthy, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. They all got drug tested immediately after that, guaranteed, but they didn't report it immediately. I wouldn't believe it if a UFO landed in Times Square. I want to see the aliens. Do non-trading questions annoy you? I have a quick one on your prospect for dating. Don't have anyone else to ask. Okay. Shoot. I was hallucinating when I watched the video and can confirm that those crafts were in fact Tic Tacs. It's all going to wind up with the revelation that the government never ended MK Ultra. Poor Unabomber. Don't even lie. You want to clap those alien cheeks. What if they don't have cheeks? I think the funniest thing that will come out of actually encountering aliens will be shit people post on Rule 34. It's gonna be like a bag of slime with consciousness, and there's gonna be a whole group of people that are gonna be immediately into that. And I think that's hysterical. When you straddle, what is an acceptable tolerance for the difference of delta between the strikes? Ideally, even. I love how you've already put yourself in that group, Trash. I met someone on a dating app. I'm 34, she's 52. Is that too much of an age gap for hooking up? For context, my father is 60. I mean, if you're into it and she's into it, smash butts. You're both consenting adults, or he. Yeah. Or that. Just use that. The running list of my kinks really needs to be digitized into a spreadsheet at this point. Well, then it'll be searchable, which will help, right? Queen of England's QE-driven losses worsen. Bank of England. I saw QE and I said Queen. Expected to hit 150 billion. Solid. We're just going to have to keep raising rates to keep up with the gilts. It's like being a Catholic. Are you able to sell where participants are straddling this thing yet? 45.55, 45.60. I wrote about it in the DD last night. Try reading it again. I don't need to search it. I know if it's on there, if I think about it and start tapping all the gum on the underside of my desk. All right, fair. Well, I mean, you could consider that like a search feature. Hey, Greg, I'm 52, and this 34-year-old guy wants to hook up. How do I trick him into buying my GME covered calls? Bring him with you. Did you read my comment in real time, or did we just think it at the same time? I didn't even read your comment. What did you write? You wrote, enjoy yourself. I'll share my sexy old movie, The Blob, with you. I fucking hate WeBull. Their charting blows ass. What do you mean? Are you trying to draw lines on your charts? Don't do that. That was a very clever Gilts joke, I know. But what was even better is that of the like 600 people here, no one got it besides you. It's the worst fucking charting shit I've ever had the misfortune of interacting with. My favorite is when you draw a line and it moves slightly off the screen and then shoots off into infinity. If everything pans out for Siri, what time frame do you expect, if you don't mind me asking? I don't really want to hold my shares through earnings, but I wanted your thoughts. Thanks. I don't know. I'm probably going to keep exposure open for like the next couple days, and then after that, I'll probably close it out. It was the super subtle delivery. I got it. My wife's Catholic. It's never ending with the in-law. As a Catholic, I got it too. That's excellent. At least some people did. I know you said focal point 4550. Yeah. But I also know positioning changes quickly. I wasn't sure if this had shifted up a bit, since we haven't gone down to 4550 yet. The calls are at 4550. The puts are at 55 and 65. I'm gonna think about that for a second. I weaponized my wife's Catholic guilt. How? You're the one about to have a baby, right? So it's sounds like it got weaponized against you. Now you're making more Catholics. Just like Jesus always wanted. With all his children that he had with that prostitute. When's JPOW meeting? Any expectations? I'm in Wales with Hobbit family. Only I just got a chance to check in. Kiss on hips, touch on lips. I got rid of you. You snuck back in. Every Catholic I've ever met is sexually repressed. I pray for you every day. That's not true. They actually go the opposite way. It's the rebellious nature of the human spirit. They just feel worse about it afterwards. So, post-nut clarity is... Post-nut clarity is a very important part of the Catholic faith, actually. Catholics can buy salvation. They were the original market makers. Demonetized. I was about to make a very bad joke. I was about to make a very tasteless one. I wonder if it was the same joke. My priest growing up always said he had more clarity after our confessionals. Well, Burtnam just went for it, so you don't have to worry about it now. Is your straddle more bullish or bearish or completely even? I don't have a straddle. You mean the one from last night? Or the one right, this. This isn't a straddle. It's a condor. Post that clarity, like you come to your senses and you think, what in the Jesus have I done? Clapping this Bible-lessy, thinking about Area 34 sentient slimes. Sounds about right. For real. I mean, on God, right? Even. One of my buddies played football at college in Utah with a ton of super Mormon girls. He said he would bang all of them, and because it's so shameful, none of them would ever talk about it. Mormon girls are freaky. I know it's a sweeping statement, but it's also true. Isn't having a condor kind of risky going into a high volatility event? Okay. I mean, not really. I think my max loss on it is 600, net credits 14. So I'm taking 2,000 risk. Your Condor has a $10 spread on one side and $5 on the other. Option strat shows that makes the downside more profitable. It does. It makes something else even more profitable than the downside. Are you playing any zero DTs for the FOMC meeting? Not yet. Probably not at all, actually. I've been told that in some cultures, bussy action is very common as it keeps you pure for marriage. Yom Kippur is a celebratory holiday hack to do very nasty things and then be forgiven. It's awesome. Okay. No problem, Flocala. I hope we were able to help. That's called the poop hole loophole. Are you familiar with the term soaking? I learned it from the Mormons. No, I don't want to know. Gork, I have a question. Are you in the OG Franken spread? No. Here, I'll DM you it. This is what I'm in right now. That's not it. I almost just DM'd you a picture of a congressman. Which would have generated a whole different set of questions. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Ignore that too. This is the right one. Although, I guess they're the same. I think that vertical butterfly thing would be amazing for the FOMC shit. Huh. Probably. Next time? Interesting. Yeah, I was just gonna sell. I was just gonna sell spreads on the upside move. Cornub is drunk and considering doing it with XSP for FOMC. Stop him. He's had like 5 beers. You're the risk manager. Do your job. I'm gonna encourage him. I'm suspicious that he's only had half a beer and he's hammered. You might be right. $10 minutes till MOASS. 8? Well, okay. Where do you see the market going in the next year? Down? I'm pretty long-term bearish. Are you compiling a pickle jar dictionary? I hadn't been. WeBull keeps switching the name of my tracked calls on my watch list. Puts instead of calls? Okay. I don't know what that, I don't know why. Is PDT part of why you aren't playing 0 DTEs for FOMC? Yeah, on this account, it's a large part of the reason. XPX, not XSP, and yes, 5 beers. Interesting. A shortage of penicillin to treat a skyrocketing number of syphilis cases is so dire that the U.S. health officials are debating the need to declare a public health emergency. Bloomberg. Fuck. I don't know what you think about, but often making fun of religions, such as Christianity, on the channel doesn't seem very respectful, is it? It's funny to see why you never dare to make fun of the other religion, and you know which one I'm talking about. I wonder why. Well, I'm not part of it, and I don't care about it. Which other religion? Buddhism? I've never thought of making fun of Buddhists. They're so peaceful, and they're not so in your face, you know? Walking. I know it's you. It's okay. You can hide yourself, but... Do you want me to bring some penicillin from Toronto? I'm gonna start stockpiling it. They're trying to claim you're Jewish. I'm not Jewish. All religions are funny. If you watch the South Park episode on religions, they're all ridiculous. They are. Walken's such a little snowflake bitch about his religion. He's like, don't make fun of my God. Yeah. Why aren't you making fun of other gods too? I want to make fun of the Viking gods. Gork, look, SPX down, VIX down. It's working. What is? How dare you challenge my ancestry? I'm a pastor, and I don't care if Gurk makes fun of what I believe. Thanks for being cool, guitar stuff. Then you'll have offended Norsemen all over your stream. I know. Don't do it, dude. If you start bad-mouthing the Norse gods, they're petty enough to awaken from their slumber to smite you. Okay, but here's my question. If Odin were to come down from Valhalla and smite me, do I get to go to Valhalla? I would have died in battle, but I don't own a sword or shield. Islam, you coward? This sounds like you just want to say bad things about Islam. What do you want to say? Out with it. Say your piece. So you're mad that I didn't bring up another religion and only made fun of yours. He wants you to say bad things about Islam. I know he does. That's why I don't. Who wins in a fight? Muhammad, Jesus, or Buddha? I think Buddha'd fuck shit up. Like, he's in a way different weight class. Walken's flavor of Sky Daddy got him thinking about Slimies again. He's just mad. His wife's probably sleeping with someone else this time. It's okay, Walken. She'll come back. You're married. Under God. Or on God? On God. Want to know what's funny? The person saying you badmouth Christianity was guilting you? I know. I just want to say everyone should Google Medzitza Buffet right now. That's not still practiced, right? It's okay. You know what walk-in and ultra-Orthodox Hebrews have in common? They don't believe in germs. It's just germ theory for them. Is walk-in Hasidic? The germ hypothesis. Lol, why won't you look into my microscope? Buddha just broke the VIX. Todd's making moves. One minute. Gork green peener time. Bulls are getting a little anxious. Oh, there we go. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity is expanding at a moderate pace. Job gains have been robust in recent months, and the unemployment rate has remained low. Inflation remains elevated. U.S. banking system is sound and resilient. Tighter credit conditions for households and businesses are likely to weigh on economic activity, hiring, and inflation, blah, blah, blah. Committee seeks to achieve maximum employment and inflation at the rate of 2% over the longer run. In support of these goals, the committee has decided to raise the target range for federal funds rate to 5.25% to 5.5%. The committee will continue to assess information's implications for monetary policy. In determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, 0.25, effective July 27, 2023, Federal Open Market Committee directs the desk to undertake open market operations as necessary to maintain the federal funds rate in a target range of 5.25% to 5.5%, conduct standing overnight repurchase agreement operations with a minimum bid rate of 5.5%, with an aggregate operation limit of $500 billion. Conduct standing overnight repurchase agreement operations at an offering rate of 5.3%, and with per counterparty limit of $160 billion per day. Roll over auction the typical amount of principal payments from the Federal Reserve holding of Treasury securities maturing in each calendar month that exceeds the cap of $60 billion per month. Redeem Treasury coupon securities up to the monthly cap, and Treasury bills to the extent that coupon principal payments are less than the monthly cap. Reinvest into agency mortgage-backed securities the amount of principal payments from the Federal Reserve's holdings of agency debt and agency MBS received in each calendar month that exceeds a cap of $35 billion per month. Allow modest deviations from the stated amounts for reinvestments if needed for operational reasons. Engage in dollar roll and coupon swap transactions as necessary to facilitate settlement of the Federal Reserve's agency MBS transactions. In a related action, the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System voted unanimously to approve a 0.25% percentage point increase in the primary credit rate to 5.5, effective July 27th. That was exciting. Why aren't my calls up 250%? I don't know. Time for bull market to resume? Oh, we're not in a bull market. Back to the alien talk. Nice. So I got stopped out immediately. That sounds about right. When will the 2% inflation rate target be hit? 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? Or they wait just wait long enough for people to forget and not care to admit it's happening? I mean, we could get to 2% inflation by like mid 2024, end of 2024, potentially. It would require more quantitative tightening than we're doing now. Although the repurchase rate going up is probably going to drive repo up more. Does this tip us over into a recession? I think, I mean, I kind of think we're already guaranteed a recession. This would further ensure that. Repo up, what mean? More QT? And the repo rate's gonna climb with the EFFR, right? But now the repo rate's over the, like, the 3-6-month rate. Well, it's matching the 6-month rate. Market seems confused, Dad. Oh, I don't think it's all that confused. The Bears didn't get their juice. Or the Bulls. Sorry. The Bulls didn't get the juicy bits they were looking for. This is not the final federal rate increase. Nice, Lawrence. They're probably not even going to see the effects of this hike if they end up cutting before this time next year. So why even bother other than spooking speculative markets? They need the markets to crash. I mean, eventually. The asset bubble needs to collapse. Did you close your call leg? No? Hardish landing? I mean, I think at this point, just hard. Hard and long, hard landing. Did they say it clear enough for the bulls to understand that more hikes are to come? Or is it open-ended? I think they said it pretty clearly. I mean, the Fed for the last month has said that, you know, they intend to raise 2 or more times before the end of this year. Imagine closing between your 2 orange lines. That's what I'd like to think about. Say it again for me, though, Tom. It gets me going. So direction hinges on JPOW. If he comes out of his clown suit, we go up? How dare you infer that JPOW owns a clown suit? I hope he just comes out wearing Christine Lagarde's ascot as a headband with an acoustic guitar. But I have puts and calls. Sometimes when that happens, only one of them prints. Todd needs to chill the fuck out. Todd needs to get it, is what Todd needs to do. Hmm. Gap filling, is it? Oh. Well, put interest exploded a little bit. Hmm. $60. 60, 50. Wait, where do I have puts? $50. I can't do 50. I do 55, 45 though. Hmm. Banking system is strong. PacWest fails. PacWest didn't fail. They were acquired. Their bags were consolidated with other bags. It's like those commercials you see on late night TV about consolidating your debt. Both sides of my straddle were profitable. 3.7% from both legs. Nice. I've got a stop on the long side right now. We'll see where it ends up. I don't know what I'm looking at yet. I haven't decided. I straddled SPY at 456 last night with 5 DTE. At no point today has it been profitable. Fuck my life. Yeah. SPY's not great for straddles. What a waste of a trading day. Not true. $45.30 SPX puts for this Friday. Too far out of the money. I mean, they're not too far out of the money, but there's still a lot of resistance at 45.50 that hasn't broken down yet. So, I would say that you're a little over eager. Although put interest at 45.30 since the announcement has doubled. 45.40 has gone up quite a bit too. 45.50 remains strong. And believe it or not, there's a couple bulls that think 60.70. Not many of them, but a couple. I attempted to do electrical work rather than deal with FOMC, and the conclusion is I'm better at 0 DTEs. Well, congratulations on not killing yourself. Jamie Dimon's just rubbing himself all over with fresh mortgages. Yep. Yep. That sounds accurate. You're a reasonable person. I'm not judging which one is better or worse, but give me one sound argument that why you never make a single joke on your stream about Islam and always about a rather more socially peaceful religion such as Christianity. You don't really know a lot about the history of Christianity, do you? I suggest you look up things like the Spanish Inquisition. Handsome white Jesus was born in the center of America 200 years ago today. Gherk made fun of something you know nothing about or care about for fairness. I mean, I know quite a bit about Islam, and more than enough to make fun of it. But I'm not doing it because now it's fun to piss off Walken. It's not hard to make fun of any religion. He wants, I'll give him this. He wants all religions discriminated against equally. Supposedly. Oh, sure, but as soon as we bring up the Persian fish, you get all bent out of shape. It's a bit easier to make fun of Christianity because they ask questions like that. This is true. Vix calls here or nah? It was unceremoniously shorted. I mean, it was shorted. Imagine having to pay someone to talk to them. Yes, P shorts. Banning Walken may have been my best stock play of the year, actually. I'm opening a 4580, 4600 bear calls. Are you ready to go test 4600? No. I'm not Persian. Everybody chant with me. We want JPOW soon enough. Ugh, I can't wait for his glorious voice to bless our ears. A lot of people deriding religious people, but most of us spent 2021 reading SSDD and praying for MOASS. This is true. Here's the deal. I don't care what religion you are. Good for you. Just don't tell me about it. I love the theory that people think they saw angles and whatnot because no one had glasses back then. So no one knew what they were looking at. Huh. Angels? So you're making a case for like astigmatism being the source of religion? That and mental illness. I make believe that I'm the one true God, maker of heaven and earth, and yet I still can't figure out trading. It's a weird dichotomy, but I don't question the sacred texts. I forget what my religion is, but I know it's superior to all of your religions. Fuck straddles today. I just installed a water heater for the first time, and holy cow, it's easy money. $1,500 for like 2 hours of work. Are you a plumber now? I have an astigmatism. I can assure you it doesn't inspire any beliefs. Is that because you were doing all your reading in the dark as a child? Is this... Wait, hold on. Is there a backstory to the librarian thing? What do you think about Wall and other bank stock pits since 0.25? Remember March when that stuff happened? Could it be possible banks crash back down? Yeah. That's what we've been talking about. You have no name, but that's what we've been talking about for like literally since March. $1,500 to install a water heater? JPAL, this one right here, get the fire. That doesn't even sound that expensive. That's like 5 call spreads. I have it ready. Here's kind of what being religious tells me about someone and why I don't like interacting with them or respect them. It tells me that instead of seeking a logical, reasonable explanation for things, you choose to just believe in shit that someone else said. That evidentiary support means nothing to you. And you're willing to let random faith in something determine your behavior as a person towards other people. What about people that say they're spiritual? I don't know. I just assume they're religious, but have, like, you know, anxiety. Someone said amen. I understand the irony of that. Hey, Gork, you tell him. So anyways, I was shilling DRS on Superstack the other day. Oh, yeah? Stop, you're killing my calls. What about, like, going to church as, like, a social club or something without being religious? Why church, then? Why not just any other social club? Oh, I forget, you're in Ohio. Never mind. If you have August 18 4500p, would you like to keep them at any particular level by Friday? I mean, if we start to break down 4525, you're in a very good position, right? Ooh. Wait, that can't be right. I could just go with the out of the money bet. What the fuck? I'd have to do 4535? Fuck, that's risky. I can do 50. Oh, I can do 55, 40. Right? Yeah. That's expensive. Hmm. Has anyone told you you're delayed 27 seconds? No, I'm not. There's a fucking clock in the bottom corner of the screen, right? I'm the CEO of Spy Daddy JPOW on the screen, so that I may re at him in both rapturous glee and impotent rage. Nice. Just before all the chaos begins, do you mind letting us know if there's any change to the options positioning? Yeah, there were a lot more puts that came in on the announcement, and out of the money calls that sold off. Specifically on the bounce there. There is still long positioning at 65 and 70. The put wall remains quite potent at 45, 60, and 55. There are a shitload of calls at 45, 50, and then nothing but puts below that. Oh, here comes Daddy JPOW. I don't own any LRC. Purple tie.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We understand the hardship that high inflation is causing, and we remain strongly committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal. Price stability is the responsibility of the Federal Reserve. Without price stability, the economy doesn't work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all.
Dual mandate
Since early
forever.
last year, the FOMC has significantly tightened the stance of monetary policy. Today, we took another step.
He
by
looks
raising
like
our
he's ready to,
policy
like,
interest rate a
spank
quarter
someone.
percentage point, and we are continuing to reduce our securities holdings at a brisk
So he's
pace.
like very like, you
We've
sons of
covered
bitches.
a lot of ground, and the full effects of our tightening have yet to be felt. Looking ahead, we will continue to take a data-dependent approach in determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. Growth in consumer spending appears to have slowed from earlier in the year. Although activity in the housing sector has picked up somewhat, it remains well below levels of a year ago, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. And higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. The labor market remains very tight. Over the past 3 months, job gains averaged 244,000 jobs per month, a pace below that seen earlier in the year, but still a strong pace. The unemployment rate remains low at 3.6%. There are some continuing signs that supply and demand in the labor market are coming into better balance. The labor force participation rate has moved up since last year, particularly for individuals aged 25 to 54 years. Nominal wage growth has shown some signs of easing, and job vacancies have declined so far this year. While the jobs to workers gap has narrowed, labor demand still substantially exceeds the supply of available workers. Inflation remains well above our longer run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in May, total PCE prices rose 3.8%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 4.6%. In June, the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, came in at 3.0%, and the change in the core CPI was 4.8%. Inflation has moderated somewhat since the middle of last year. Nonetheless, the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher cost of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We're highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we are strongly committed to returning to inflation to our 2% objective. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by a quarter percentage point, bringing the target range to 5.25% to 5.5%. We are also continuing the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. With today's action, we've raised our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points since early last year.
Significantly reducing?
We have been seeing the
Say
effects
more.
of our policy tightening on demand in the most interest rate sensitive sectors of the economy, particularly housing and investment.
Yeah, he hasn't said
It will take
significantly
time,
before.
however, for the full effects of our ongoing monetary restraint to be realized.
SPX is
especially
just
on
chopping
inflation.
between big piles of
In
options
addition,
right
the
now.
economy is facing headwinds from
Popcorn
tighter credit
trader.
conditions for households and businesses, which are likely to weigh on economic activity, hiring, and inflation. In determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time, The committee will take into account the cumulative tightening of monetary policy, the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation, and economic and financial developments. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the totality of the incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation, as well as the balance of risks. We remain committed to bringing inflation back to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a period of below-trend growth and some softening of labor market conditions. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Steve.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. You have, I think, a couple times in your opening remarks talked about this language.
Whoa, volume just exploded on both sides of the chain.
Should we take that to mean that additional hikes are likely on the way? And should we also believe that all future meetings, say September and November, are live, or are you in a every other meeting mode? Thank you.
So we haven't made a decision to go to every other meeting. It's not something we've looked at. We're going to be going meeting by meeting, and as we go into each meeting, we're going to be asking ourselves the same question. So we haven't made any decisions about any future meetings, including the pace at which we'd consider hiking. But we're going to be assessing the need for further tightening that may be appropriate. You read the language, to return inflation to 2% over time. I would say that the intermeeting data came in broadly in line with expectations. Economic activity remained resilient. Job creation remained strong while cooling a bit. And the June CPI report actually came in a bit better than expectations for a change. And the June CPI report, of course, was welcome, but it's only one report, 1 month's data. We hope that inflation will follow a lower path it will be consistent with the CPI reading. But we don't know that, and we're just going to need to see more data. So what are we going to be looking at? Really, it will be the whole broader picture, and starting with, we're looking for moderate growth, right? We're looking for supply and demand through the economy coming into better balance, including in particular in the labor market.
Not particularly, Kevin.
And we'll be asking ourselves, does this whole collection of data, do we assess it as suggesting that we need to raise rates further? And if we make that conclusion, then we will go ahead and raise rates. So that's how we're thinking about the next meeting, and how we're thinking about meetings going forward potentially. But we're now mainly thinking about the next meeting. I will also say, since we're talking about it, between now and the September meeting, we get 2 more job reports, 2 more CPI reports. I think we have an ECI report coming later this week, which is Employment Compensation Index. And lots of data on economic activity. All of that information is going to inform our decision as we go into that meeting. I would say it is certainly possible that we would raise funds again at the September meeting if the data warranted. And I would also say it's possible that we would choose to hold steady at that meeting. We're going to be making careful assessments, as I said, meeting by meeting. And I'll close by saying we've raised the federal funds rate now by 525 basis points since March 2022. Monetary policy, we believe, is restrictive and is putting downward pressure on economic activity.
Syria is bouncing a little bit.
If I could just briefly follow up on something you said there. You said the data in the intermediate period, it broadly came in line with expectations. Does that mean there's unlikely to have been a change in the overwhelming outlook of the committee that 2 more hikes are necessary?
I'm just going to go back to what I said. That's the question. We have 8 weeks now until the September meeting, and all that data that I recited, we're going to be looking at all of that and making that assessment then. And it really, we did have the one good reading, and of course we welcome that, but it's just one reading, as everybody knows. And we've seen this before in the data. Many forecasts call for rates for inflation to remain low, but we just don't know that until we see the data. So we'll be focusing on that.
Gina.
Thank you. Thanks for taking our questions, Chair Powell. Obviously, you upgraded the language around growth in the statement today. We've seen the Barbie movie numbers. We've seen everyone going to Taylor Swift concerts this summer. It seems like the American consumer is in pretty good shape. And it does seem like growth is sort of picking back up a little bit, or at least doing well. And I wonder from your perspective, if that continues, if we see growth not just stabilizing, but performing well this summer, is that a problem because it's inflationary, or is it good news because it suggests that a soft landing is more likely? Just how are you thinking about that sort of trajectory?
Yeah, so I would say it this way. The overall resilience of the economy, the fact that we've been able to achieve disinflation so far without any meaningful negative impact on the labor market, the strength of the economy, overall, that's a good thing. It's good to see that, of course. It's also, you see consumer confidence coming up and things like that. That will support activity going forward. But you're right, though. At the margin, stronger growth could lead over time to higher inflation, and that would require an appropriate response from monetary policy. So we'll be watching that carefully and seeing how it evolves over time.
Neil.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin from Axios. So as you referenced earlier, in the intermeeting period, soft CPI, jobs reports, still strong but moderating, JOLTS looked good. So if you're data dependent, why not pause again? Why not stay on hold? Why not take another meeting off when the data was at least cutting in the direction you want to see?
So if you go back to what we're trying to do here, we're trying to achieve a stance of policy that's sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to 2%. At the last meeting, we wrote down our individual estimates of what that would take, and the median of that was an additional 2 rate hikes. So I would say we looked at the intermeeting data, and as I mentioned, broadly consistent, not perfectly consistent, but broadly consistent with expectations, and as a result, we went ahead and took another step. And that's, a labor market that continues to be strong, but gradually slowing. I mentioned that the inflation report was actually a little better than expected, but we're going to be careful about taking too much signal from a single reading. And growth came in stronger than expected. So that's how we look at it, and so we did take that step today.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, markets widely believe the median FOMC participants' inflation forecast from June for the fourth quarter of this year will be too high, given autos and shelter, and that by September that may warrant a downward revision in the inflation forecast of 20 to 30 basis points. Would that type of inflation progress be enough to hold rates steady from here, or do you need to see below-trend growth and decelerating labor income growth to be convinced that you've done enough?
So it's hard to pick the pieces apart and say, how much of this and how much of that. We'll be looking at everything. And, of course, we'll be looking to see whether the signal from June CPI is replicated or the opposite of replicated, or whether it's somewhere in the middle. We'll be looking at the growth data. We'll be looking at the labor market data very closely, of course, and making an overall judgment about that. It's the totality of the data, I think, but with a particular focus on making progress on inflation.
If I could follow up, last month you said there were benefits to moderating the pace of increases because it would give you more information to make decisions. Would another CPI report like the one we just had in June allow you to at least maintain that slower pace and defer until the fall any decision on whether you need that second rate hike?
So I'm just going to tell you again what we're going to do in September. We're going to look at 2 additional job reports, 2 additional CPI reports, lots of activity data. And that's what we're going to look at, and we're going to make that decision then. And that decision could mean another hike in September, or it could mean that we decide to maintain at that level. And again, the question we're going to be asking ourselves is the overall signal one that we need to do more, that we need to tighten further? And if we get that signal whenever we get it, then, and that's the collective judgment of the committee, then we will move ahead. If we don't, then we'll have the option of maintaining policy at that level. But it's really dependent so much on the data, and we just don't have it yet.
Chris.
Books are expensive? Yeah, they are.
Hi, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. So consumer confidence in the economy is rising, likely in large part because of the declines in headline inflation. You also see wages are also rising faster than prices now after trailing them for a long time. how much are Americans truly harmed by inflation at its current level, headline level of 3%? And with that in mind, when do you put some weight back on the employment side of the dual mandate?
So I guess I'd say it this way. First, it is a good thing that headline inflation has come down so much, because that's really what the public experiences. And I would say that having headline inflation move down that much almost creates it will strengthen the broad sense that the public has that inflation is coming down, which will in turn, we hope, help inflation continue to move down. So you were really, sorry, what your question was?
Well, I mean, you've talked for many press conferences now about the harm created by inflation, how hard it is for people. So how much of that are we still seeing with inflation now down at 3?
So I guess I would put it this way. I'd say it this way. It's really a question of how do you balance the two risks, the risk of doing too much or doing too little. And, I would say that, we're coming to a place where there really are risks on both sides. It's hard to say exactly whether they're in balance or not, but as our stances become more restrictive and inflation moderates, we do increasingly face that risk. But, we need to see that inflation is durably down that far. As you know, we think, and most economists think, that core inflation is actually a better signal of where headline inflation is going, because headline inflation is affected greatly by volatile energy and food prices. So we would want core inflation to be coming down, because that's what we think, core is signaling where headline's going to go in the future. And core inflation is still pretty elevated. There's reason to think it can come down now, but it's still quite elevated. And so we think we need to stay on task, and we think we're going to need to certainly hold policy at restricted levels for some time, and we need to be prepared to raise further if we think that's appropriate.
Well, and then if inflation were to, just a quick follow, if it stays at 3 or drops even a little bit more, I mean, how much of an increase in unemployment do you think is acceptable to get that last bit of inflation? People are talking about the potential difficulty of the so-called last mile of inflation. So, but how much unemployment do you think is justified to get down that last?
So it is a very positive thing that actually the unemployment rate is the same as it was when we lifted off in March of 22 at 3.6%.
Say it. So you haven't done anything.
That we've been able to achieve some disinflation. And we don't seek to, it's not that we're aiming to raise unemployment, but I would just say the historical record, we have to be honest about the historical record, which does suggest that when central banks go in and slow the economy to bring down inflation, the result tends to be some softening in labor market conditions. And so that is still the likely outcome here. And we hope that that's as little as possible. We have to be honest that is the likely outcome. The worst outcome for everyone, of course, would be not to deal with inflation now, not get it done. Whatever the short-term social costs of getting inflation under control, the longer-term social costs of failing to do so are greater, and that the historical record is very, very clear on that. If you go through a period where inflation expectations are not anchored, inflation is volatile, it interferes with people's lives and with economic activity, and that's the thing we really need.
Some disinflation, but their job is to return to 2% a strong labor market. If we see some disinflation, where is the 2%? Sounds like he hasn't done enough. He hasn't done anything.
But all year long, we have seen growth surprise to the upside, unemployment to the downside, and inflation lately to the downside. So I'm wondering, by definition, should you be restrictive enough right now under these conditions? Do you think you might need to do more? Because I'm curious about what you see as inflation dynamics now. Is the economy still moving in a direction where it creates more inflation? People talk about base effects and higher energy costs, and now we have some large labor settlements.
I freaking love this guy.
Is the economy disinflating?
He does not have calls.
And you're able to go back to the old Fed policy of opportunistic disinflation.
So I'll just say, again, the broader picture of what we want to see is we want to see easing of supply constraints and normalization of pandemic-related distortions to demand and supply. We want to see economic growth running at moderate or modest levels to help ease inflationary pressures. We want to see continued restoration of supply and demand balance, particularly in the labor market, and all of that should lead to declining inflationary pressures. Now, what we see is those pieces of the puzzle coming together, and we're seeing evidence of those things now. But I would say that what our eyes are telling us is that policy has not been restrictive enough for long enough to have its full desired effects. So we intend, to keep policy restrictive until we're confident
Higher
that
for longer.
inflation is
Say
coming
it.
down,
Go back to the
sustainably
old
our
narrative.
2% target, and we're prepared to further tighten.
I'm
it
tired of
as
stepping in
appropriate.
bullshit
And we
every
think the
day.
process, still probably has a long way to go.
Well, do you think under current conditions you are restrictive enough?
Nope. You just said
unless
that.
something changes?
Well, I think we think today's rate hike was appropriate, and I think we're going to be looking at the incoming data to inform our decision at the next meeting about is the incoming data telling us that we need to do more, and if it does tell us that collectively, if that's our view, then we will do more.
Yeah, tell them more hikes, higher for longer.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. If September is in fact a live meeting, how does that square with the need for a more gradual tightening pace that you spoke of last month in explaining the rationale for holding the
Stop
funds
it.
rate
I need my
steady,
calls to print. If your calls didn't print on this run, you bought them too far out of the
A more
money.
gradual pace doesn't go immediately to every other meeting. It could be 2 out of 3 meetings, right? It just means if you're slowing down, the point really was to slow down the decision cycle as we get closer and closer to, we think, our destination. And I wouldn't want to go automatically to every other meeting.
Gherk,
because,
the Hotla Coche and eggs
I
was
just don't
great.
think that's
Thanks for
real.
asking.
I think it's
Thanks,
not
man.
an environment where we want to provide a lot of forward guidance. There's a lot of uncertainty out there. We just want to keep moving at what we think is the right pace. And I do think it makes all the sense in the world to slow down as we now make these finally judged decisions. And so that's what we did. And so I think it's possible, I mentioned before, it's possible that we would move at consecutive meetings. We're not taking that off the table, or we might not. It's really going to depend on what the data tell us. That's the best we can do.
So we shouldn't assume that every other meeting is the lowest tightening frequency, let's say. It could be, longer intervals in between as well.
I think we're going to, I think we're going to make a decision about the next meeting, and then we're going to make a decision about the one after that. And I think it'll sort itself out.
Thanks. Howard Schneider with Reuters. Among your colleagues, there have been people who've said they feel
fuck
that
is VIX
very
doing?
little transmission
Getting
has taken
ready?
place so far from monetary policy into the economy, and there are those who feel, they say it's happened very fast this time and it's kind of up to date. Where are you on that continuum?
So there's a long-running debate about the lags between changes in financial conditions and the response to those changes from economic activity and inflation, right? So we know that in the modern era, financial conditions move in anticipation of our decisions, and that has clearly been the case in this cycle. So in a sense, the clock starts earlier than it used to, but that doesn't necessarily change the process from that point on, and it's not clear that it has.
It doesn't sound like a guy with much of a long-term plan, or at least doesn't want to talk about it. Or the long-term plan has been really obvious. Hike rates till something breaks.
A lot of uncertainty around the length of the lags, and by the way, that's just one component.
Jay Powell on modern monetary policy, I think it'll sort itself out. He's not wrong.
The first thing to say is we're determined to bring inflation down to 2% over time, and we will use our tools to do that. No one should doubt that. I would look at it this way, though. The real federal funds rate is now in meaningfully positive territory. If you take the nominal federal funds rate, subtract a mainstream estimate of near-term inflation expectations, you get a real federal funds rate that is well above most estimates of the longer-term neutral rate. So I would say monetary policy is restrictive, more so after today's decision. Meaning that it is putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation. We'll keep monetary policy restrictive until we think it's not appropriate to do so. So that's how I think about it. I mean, if I sum it up, I would say we've come a long way. We are resolutely committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal over time. Inflation has proved repeatedly stronger
Upside's
than
still
we and other
limited here.
forecasts-
I'm not seeing a lot
forecasters
coming
have
in
expected.
above the current
And
price.
at some point that may
Sold
change.
calls, but
We have
not
to
a
be
lot of
ready
like
to follow
long
the
call
data.
interests.
And given how far we've come, we can afford to be a little patient as well as resolute as we let this unfold.
On the credit side, I'm wondering if
I
you
think
saw anything.
more
in the
importantly, we're
latest
not
loose
we're
data
not really
that made you
seeing
think you're getting
put
a
interest
quantum of
back
credit
down here.
contraction beyond what you'd expect. The bank lending data really is.
Seems like put
the
volume
growth
staying
rate's
pretty
edging down
consistent
towards
at
the
every
below,
level to
heading
the
below zero,
downside.
which is usually
Like all the way down to like 4480.
So I guess the
momentum for SPX is starting to fall off.
It's
It looks like the top is failing.
Consistent with what you would expect.
So on the technical side, you know,
conditions
ES
tight
has a
and getting
rejection.
tighter. You've got weak demand.
Obviously, we're looking for it to fall back through 4,600 again.
Pretty tight credit conditions in the economy.
For
I
a
think it's really hard
continuation to the
tease out
downside.
whether how much of that is from this source or that source.
But
I
a lot
think
of this
what
is
matters the overall
repositioning of
picture
options,
is of
right?
tight and tightening lending conditions.
So everybody's
And
going to try to
that's
get their
what
options in the
slopes will
money,
say.
and then the market will kind of pick a direction after that.
Hi, Chair Powell, Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. Could you break down the reasons why inflation has fallen and what share of that credit you would give to factors that don't stem directly from rate hikes or that might be within your control at all, like easing supply chains and a drop in energy prices over the past year?
Yeah. So, interesting question. So, let
Are
me
you
start
cutting
by
your
saying
puts?
that
No.
The inflation surge that we saw in the pandemic resulted from a collision of elevated demand and constrained supply, both of which followed from the unprecedented features of the pandemic and the response from fiscal and monetary policy. And we've always expected that the disinflationary process would stem from both from the normalization of those broad pandemic-related supply and demand conditions and from restrictive monetary policy, which would help return the balance between supply and demand by restraining demand. And we think that's broadly what we're seeing. So to go break it down a little further, of course, headline inflation has come down sharply from elevated levels as energy and food prices have come down, mostly due to reversal of the effects from the war in Ukraine. And that's a good thing, and the public experiences that, as I mentioned earlier. For core inflation, I'd say there has been a role for both factors, both that I mentioned. Clearly,
You're cutting your calls? I'm stopped out of them already.
Is playing an important role, as is the reversal, the beginning of the reversal of spending back into services and away from goods. Take autos as an example. The combination of an increase in sales and inventories, while vehicle inflation has decelerated, points to a substantial role for supply. But there's also a role for demand, as you know, the loans and things like that are more expensive. So they're both working there. Housing services inflation now starts to move down. Clearly, higher rates have slowed the housing market. You know, I would say monetary policy is working about as we expect, and we think it'll play an important role going forward, in particular in non-housing services, where really we think that's where the labor market will come in as a very, very important factor. So we think both of those sources of disinflation are playing an important role.
I see. And just to follow up, do you think that of those two sources, that core will rely more heavily on seeing an impact from rate hikes, or is there a more even split there too?
I think monetary policy is going to be important going forward, because we're sort of reaping now the benefits of the reversal of some of the very specific pandemic things. We're seeing that with goods in particular, with supply chains and shortages moving, and we're seeing. So I think going forward, monetary policy will be important, particularly in the sector, in the non-housing services sector.
Thank you, Chair Powell. First, let me compliment your tie, the choice of tie. So thanks for taking our question. So the Beige Book, it said, input cost pressures remain elevated for services firms, but eased notably for manufacturing sector. Is that an indication that there's a wage inflation pressure? And how do you target and pressure on the wage inflation without pushing the economy into recession?
I think as it relates to goods, it's really an indication that supply chains and shortages are easing. And so what was the first part of it?
So wage inflation, like how do you target wage inflation without pushing an economy into a recession?
I don't think we're targeting wage inflation. I think what we're looking for is a broad cooling in labor market conditions, and that's what we're seeing. So wages have actually been gradually moving down. They're still at levels that would be consistent over a long period of time with 2% inflation. Nonetheless, we're making progress there. And by so many indicators, labor market demand is cooling. You can look at surveys by workers and businesses who see that. You can look at the quits rate normalizing. You can look at job openings coming down. You can look at just job creation in the establishment survey has, it's still at a high level, but it was at really an extraordinarily high level for most of the last 2 years. So you see cooling, particularly in private sector in the last, in the last report. So I think we see that, and it's happening at a gradual pace. So that's actually not a bad thing in a sense, because if what we see is a labor market, very strong demand for labor, which is really the engine of the economy. People are getting hired, many people going back to work, getting wages, spending money, and that's really what's driving the economy. But that it's gradually slowing, it's gradually cooling. That's a good prescription for getting where we want to get.
But still, we see a push to raise minimum wage. We're seeing a lot of unions go on strike or threaten strike. And the common thing is they come out with agreements like big pay increases, like UPS, and we have the auto workers coming up. Are you concerned then about a trend of series of big unions, these contract pushing wage inflation then?
Not for us to comment on contract negotiations. Not our job, not our role. We monitor these things and we'll keep an eye on them. But really, that's something that's handled at that level. And not,
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I wanted to ask about the SEP, which suggests that you would cut rates as overall and core PCE get to around or under 3%. And so I'm wondering, is the level of inflation what's sort of important there as you think about getting to 2% and when you might start cutting rates? Or is the speed at which inflation is falling also important?
I think you'd take both into account. I think you'd take everything into account when you start cutting rates. It would depend on the whole, on a wide range of things. And when people are writing down rate cuts next year, it just is a sense
It's
that
rest up
inflation is
10%
coming
somewhere
down,
on
and we're
purple
comfortable
tie
that it's
sales
coming
alone.
down, and it's time to start cutting rates.
This
I
guy
think,
could signal an
but,
airplane with his
there's a lot of
forehead.
uncertainty between what happens, in the next meeting
Did she
cycle,
say
let alone the
Siri?
next year,
No.
let alone the year after that. So it's hard to say exactly.
Why is no one asking
what
about the
happens
Latino
there,
Fed
but it's
member?
motivating people.
So if it's sort of stubbornly in maybe the high
I
twos,
don't
you
know.
wouldn't necessarily cut rates.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm not giving you any numerical guidance around that. I'm saying we'd be comfortable cutting rates when we're comfortable cutting rates, and that won't be
Yeah.
this year. I don't.
JPL's
think.
being a bit of a
It
dick
would
today. I
be-
like it.
but, many people wrote down rate cuts for next year. I think the median was several for next year, and that's just going to be a judgment that we have to make then, a full year from now, and it'll be about how confident we are that inflation is
full
in fact
year?
coming down to our 2% goal.
I hope all the bulls heard that.
A good part of Wall Street has become more confident that the Fed is going to be able to engineer a soft landing, and they've reduced their forecast for recession. And I'm wondering if the staff has changed its view on the likelihood of recession being likely, and if you personally have changed your view in terms of becoming more confident that you can achieve a soft landing.
So it has been my view consistently that we do have a shot, and my base case is that we will be able to achieve inflation moving back down to our target without the kind of really significant downturn that results in high levels of job losses that we've seen in some past instances, many past instances of tightening that look like ours. That's been my view. That's still my view. And I think that's sort of consistent with what I see today. So, but it's
Futures
a long
lost
way from short,
4,600.
and we have a lot left to go to see that happen. So the staff now has a noticeable slowdown in growth starting later this year in the forecast. But given the resilience of the economy recently, they are no longer forecasting a recession. I just want to note that that our staff produces its own forecast, which is independent of the forecast that we, as FOMC participants, produce. Having an independent staff forecast, as well as the individual participant forecast, is really a strength of our process. There's just a lot of, I think, constructive diversity of opinion that helps us make, informs our deliberations, helps us make, I hope, better decisions.
And is the reason for optimism that inflation has come down? And
Still
you
see
still
us
have a
closing
strong
around
labor market?
45,
does that,
55?
add
I
to the
mean,
optimism?
that's kind of what my money's
I wouldn't
on.
use the term optimism about this yet. I would say, though, that there's a pathway And yes, that's a good way to think about
4,600.
it.
Futures
We've seen
lost
so far
4,600.
the beginnings of disinflation without any real costs in the labor market, and that's a really good thing. I would just also say the historical record suggests that there's very likely to be some softening in labor market conditions. And consistent with having a soft landing, you would have some softening in labor market conditions, and that's still likely as we go forward with this process. But it's a good thing to date that we haven't really seen that. We've seen softening through not through unemployment, not through higher unemployment. We've seen softening through job openings coming down part of the way back to more normal levels. The quits rate, so people are not quitting as much. We've seen participation, people coming in, and so labor supply has improved, which has lowered the temperature in the labor market, which was quite overheated, going
Yeah,
back
I
a
can
year or so.
switch Jimmy and
So
Vix.
we're seeing that kind of cooling, and that's very healthy, and we hope it continues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff Cox from CNBC.com. You and other Fed officials in the past have suggested that you don't need to keep hiking until inflation hits 2%, that as long as you see continued progress. So I'm wondering, how close do you need to get with the inflation numbers coming down? How many months of data do you need to see that will give you sufficient confidence? And how far does this fight need to go before you're willing to kind of declare victory on it?
So the idea that we would keep hiking until inflation gets to 2%, it would be a prescription of going way past the target. That's clearly not the appropriate way to think about it. So. In effect, if you look at our forecasts, the median participant, and again, these are forecasting out years, so take them with a grain of salt, but people are cutting rates next year because the federal funds rate is at a restrictive level now. So if we see inflation coming down credibly, sustainably, then we don't need to be at a restrictive level anymore. We can move back to a neutral level, and then below a neutral level at a certain point. I think we of course would be very careful about that. We'd really want to be sure that inflation is coming down in a sustainable level. And it's hard to make, I'm not going to try to make a numerical assessment of when and where that would be, but that's the way I would think about it, is you'd stop raising long before you got to 2% inflation, and you'd start cutting before you got to 2% inflation too, because we don't see ourselves getting to 2% inflation until, all the way back to 2 until 2025 or so. So.
Jennifer. Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. It's been over 4 months since a handful of regional banks, including Silicon Valley Bank, failed. When you look at credit conditions now, given Banc of California's acquisition of PacWest, does this acquisition suggest the full impact has not been felt, or are you comfortable saying that we've seen most of the ripple effects that may have occurred at this point, and how does this play into your outlook for policy?
So I don't want to comment on any particular merger proposal, but I will say things have settled down for sure out there. Deposit flows have stabilized, capital and liquidity remain strong, aggregate bank lending was stable quarter over quarter and is up significantly year over year. Banking sector profits generally are coming in strong this quarter, and overall the banking system remains strong and resilient. Of course, we're still watching the situation carefully and monitoring conditions in the banking sector. In terms of the actual effect on, if you think of a particular set of banks that were affected because of their size and business model and things like that, that were more affected by the turmoil in March than others, it's very hard, as I mentioned, it's very hard to sort of tease out the effects on this very large economy of ours from them tightening. They may be tightening a little bit more, probably are, than other banks. The SLOOS has been telling us for more than a year that banking conditions are tightening. That process is ongoing, and that will restrain economic growth. So I think we have to take a step back from. I can't separate those anymore. I think basically we're just looking at the overall picture, which is one of tightening credit conditions, and that's going to restrain economic activity. It is restraining economic activity. So That's how I would look at it.
And how is that informing your outlook for setting policy?
So I think that is an expected result of tightening interest rate policy, is that bank credit conditions bank lending conditions would tighten as well. And so the question is it more effective this time because of what happened in May? I just don't think we know that. I think we're looking at the current data in GDP, and we're seeing strong spending, we're seeing a strong economy, and it's made us confident that we can go ahead and raise interest rates now for the third time since the March events.
Slipping below 45.50 is very bearish.
It seems like the economy is weathering this well.
Kind of
But
all the
course
way
we're
down to
watching it
45.30,
carefully
45.25.
and expect to continue to do that.
It's a significant shift in the structure of gamut of the
Hi,
downside.
Chair Powell. Thanks for taking our questions. Megan Casella with Barron's. I
I
wondered on
expect
wages if you
this
were at all
level to be
concerned about any
defended.
inflationary impact of wages now outpacing inflation,
as you're seeing
which is
here.
likely contributing to the boost
I
in
don't know
consumer
how
sentiment
effectively
and the
it'll be
continued strength of the
defended.
consumer that we've been seeing.
So I've
Well,
increased my leverage a little
wages
bit
in
to
excess
the
of inflation means
downside, but
real
I'm
wages
still
are positive. Again, that's a great thing.
most
Of course, we want
profitable
that.
at
We want people
neutral.
to have real wages, but we want wages to be going up at a level that's consistent with 2% inflation over time. As I mentioned, nominal wages have been coming down gradually, and that's what we want to see. We expect to see more of that. That's just more of what's consistent over a longer period of time. We don't really think that wages were an important cause of inflation in the first year or so of the outbreak, but I would say that wages are probably an important issue going forward. Labor market conditions broadly are going to be an important part of getting inflation back down, and that's why we think we need some further softening in labor market conditions.
This goes sort of to the balance of risks question, but you mentioned at the start how you're keeping an eye on consumer activity and whether there might be some sort of a rebound there. And I'm curious what the Fed's explanation would be to families if further interest rate hikes start to hit the labor market, start to drive that sentiment back down. What's the message there of why you continue to keep rates elevated or to raise them?
Well, we have a job assigned to us by Congress to get inflation under control. And we think the single most important thing we can do to benefit those very families, especially families at the lower end of the income spectrum, is to get inflation sustainably under control and restore price stability. We think that is the most important thing we can do now, and we're determined to do that. And I would just point out that the people who are the most hurt by inflation right away are people who are on a low fixed income, who, when you're talking about travel or transportation costs, heating costs, clothing, food, things like that, those, if you're just making it through each month on your paycheck and prices go up, you're in trouble right away. Even middle class people have some resources and can absorb inflation. People in the lower end of the income spectrum have a harder time doing that. So we need to get this done, and the record is clear that if we take too long or if we don't succeed, that the pain will only be greater. So that's how I would explain what we're doing.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Simon Urbanovich with The Economist. You had said last month that this meeting this week was going to be a live one. In the event, the market had assigned a roughly 99% probability to the rate move that you announced today. The decision was, of course, unanimous, and the statement was basically unchanged from last month. So may I ask, to what extent was the meeting actually a live one? Was there ever any doubt over the past 2 days about what the decision was actually going to be?
Well, was there doubt? Look, I would say there's a range of views on the committee, and when you see the minutes in 3 weeks, you'll see that. There's a range of views about what we should do at this meeting and what we should do at the next meeting, and it's a process that we go through. Many times when we go into a meeting, the decision is not, fundamentally in doubt. Nonetheless, we have the meeting, and some meetings are less uncertain.
Is your
than others,
45.35p a hedge? It
I
increases downside profitability if we slip the 45.
Evan Reiser, Market News International.
45.50 level.
Financial conditions have been.
Otherwise, my
loosening
initial
at a fairly,
position wouldn't be very
steady
profitable
clip
to
in
the
recent weeks.
downside.
The dollar, the stock market, et cetera. What does that mean for the Fed and being sure that inflation will come down to target?
So we monitor course, financial conditions, broad financial conditions. You're right, it's the dollar and equities, and we're of course very focused on rates and our own policy. We're going to use our policy tools to working through financial conditions to get inflation under control. The implication is, we will do what it takes to get inflation down, and in principle, that could mean that if financial conditions get looser, we have to do more. But what tends to happen, though, is financial conditions get in and out of alignment with what we're doing, and ultimately, over time, we get where we need to go.
If I could also ask about the SEP from June that showed rate cuts. Do you expect the Fed to cut nominal rates next year while also continuing QT?
So that could happen. The question is, is that consistent with, so if you think about both of them as normalization, imagine it's a world where things are okay and it's time to bring rates down from what are restrictive levels to more normal levels. Normalization in the case of the balance sheet would be to reduce QT, so or to continue it, you depending on where you are in the cycle. So they're two independent things, and really the active tool of monetary policy is rates, but you can imagine circumstances in which it would be appropriate to have them working in what might be seen to be just different ways, but that wouldn't be the case.
Go to Kyle.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Kyle Campbell with American Banker. I have a question about the discount window. I'm wondering if since the bank failures of the spring, if you've seen signs that banks have taken more steps to be proactive in assuring that they're ready to use that facility if they need to. And if you have any sort of thoughts on whether policies might be appropriate for making sure that banks sort of test regularly to show that they are prepared to use it. Thanks.
So that's a very important thing, yes, and yes to both sides of that. Yes, banks are now working to see that they are ready to use the discount window, and we are strongly encouraging them to do that, banks broadly. We did find, as you know, during the events of March, and that that it's a little clunkier. It can be a little clunkier and not as quick as it needs to be sometimes. So why not be in a situation where you're just much more ready in case you need to access the discount window?
Let's go to Mark Hamrick.
Mr. Chairman, Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. You've talked in the past about getting the housing market back into better balance, excuse me, and also that the market might have bottomed. Where do you see that situation and balance, or lack thereof, right now, particularly with the constrained inventory of existing homes that might otherwise be coming onto market at a time when existing homeowners are reluctant to move? And of course, all of that happening with the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage still around 7% on the heels of Fed tightening, and with what you're talking about, tightening industry lending standards. Are we getting closer to balance or farther away? What's your sense?
I think we've got a ways to go to get back to balance, really for the reasons that you talked about. With existing homes, there are many people who have low-rate mortgages, and whereas they might want to sell in a normal situation, they're not going to because they have so much value in their mortgage, which means that supply of existing homes is really, really tight, which is keeping prices up. On the other hand, there's a lot of supply coming online now, and there are people coming in. A lot of the buyers are first-time buyers coming in at buying it with these relatively elevated mortgage rates. But I think this will take some time to work through. Hopefully more supply comes online, and we work through it. We're still living through the the aftermath of the pandemic.
We'll go to Nancy for the last question.
Futures broke the bear line.
Hi, Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. Russia has pulled out of an agreement allowing shipments of grain, safe passage through the Black Sea, and alternative routes at this point could be closed off. Just wondering, how could that contribute to higher food prices and inflation generally, and how closely are you watching that?
We are watching it, of course, very closely. And you're right, the withdrawal from the Black Sea Grain Initiative does raise concerns about global food security, particularly for poorer countries that import a large share of their food. Grain prices did go up on this news, but they remain well below their peaks of last spring. And the moves that we've seen so far, I would say, are not expected to make a significant contribution to U.S. inflation. of course, we will be watching that situation carefully.
So you don't think it would have a big effect on Fed policy at this point?
You wouldn't say so looking at what we know now.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
All right. So that was a thing. $60, 75. I sold the 75, so I can't do that. I'd have to do 65 at 80. $580 times 2. Am I really that concerned? All right, sorry. I'm just looking at, now that the conference is over, I'm trying to see where things are headed here. Okay, so 65 broke down marginally, as did 70. Interest is still high. There's still a put wall at 55.60, call wall at 50. Put interest remains pretty high. I mean, ultimately the market maker just wins here if we close dead center. But I guess I'm prepared for the downside. I mean, I'm pretty profitable at every strike below, well, most strikes below 60. Very profitable at 55 and 50. Then it kind of falls off, but under 35, it picks back up again. I take a small loss at a close of like 65 or 75. I think this is the best position to be in. I could add an upside hedge, but I'm not confident that there's a lot of momentum to make it worth throwing away the extra $100 of profitability. I already threw away a little bit of credit to increase downside exposure. I'm not sure throwing away extra credit is worth increasing upside exposure. I'm a little all over the place, but you know, it's kind of just like this. Which is what I wanted. I wanted to primarily benefit from theta decay today. I knew there'd be a struggle for the mid-range, right? Because longs can't let vol go up, and shorts want vol to go up. So we end up with kind of the situation that we're in now, where we've just moved right back to mean. That's on Meta earnings. I mean, I think analysts' expectations are a little harder since Meta decided to raise guidance on themselves going into this quarter pretty significantly. I think they'll have to show that growth in some substantial way. And I'm not sure that after Microsoft and Google's mediocre outcomes that they can do it in a way where they don't reduce forward guidance somewhat. So yeah, it'll really depend on their guidance. I don't think they're in too much of a different situation from Microsoft, except possibly more exposed to reduction in operating expenses and possibly reductions in capex from their largest clients. So given that they raised their own expectations pretty significantly for this quarter, I think it's possible that they miss. Quarter two is, generally their best quarter. And so, analysts are going to be looking at it kind of like, well, this is how they should be looking at it, right? In like a fair and logical market, which we're not in. So keep that in mind. But analysts are going to be looking at like, this is the best you're going to do for the year, right? With an expected pullback in quarters 3 and 4. So, if they don't really kind of almost exceed expectations in a significant way, people are gonna be a little wary, especially given the price that it's already at. Those expectations are largely priced in. More than like, this is why Microsoft went down, is because even though they didn't beat enough. They didn't beat enough for people to be, confident in 5 years that they're going to increase their value by, 200%. It's unfortunate, the market had to run to the extreme where we're in that position, but, people who bought Meta 300 are already not very fucking happy, right? And if Meta comes out and lays out a projection for, staying at 300 for the next 5 years, those people are going to sell, right? Any good earnings tonight? Meta. What do you mean? Meta's only up 250% in 8 months. And the reality is, even with their earnings, and with AI, they should probably be worth roughly what they were then. Will Charmadillo bring us back below 45.50? Let's see. If we fail to breach this part, this is actually kind of tricky. So we have in the money calls at 50, right? And we have out of the money puts at 60, but then we have out of the money calls at 65. So, obviously the charm is going to affect the 45.50s less, right? And so that's going to act as a very strong support unless another big block of selling comes through. The closer those puts get to out of the money, the higher the likelihood that we move slightly up into close. If those puts, especially at 60, stay in the money, then, we could see a close in the lower 50s. I expect that we will close within plus or minus $2 of 55. Barring any huge sell orders over the next 30 minutes or massive buying, which, we're seeing a lot of shorting, but I don't really know if it's going to be sufficient to do anything. Like VIX shorting, which means, they're selling puts, but, that might be enough to get them out of this out of this put gamma. Do you think tomorrow's economic data will have a big impact over FOMC? I mean, tomorrow we have durable goods. That's going to be important. We have GDP, which is going to be very important. We have jobless claims. We have pending home sales. So yes, across the board. And I think because the Fed is pushing more reliance on a data-driven narrative, that the market is going to have to weigh individual sets of data, at least for over the next month till we're about a month out from the Jackson's Hole Symposium. I think it's slightly earlier this year, like just at the tail end of August. Do you think VIX will see sub 13 again this year? I hope not. I hope that we're right and liquidity in the system is simply too low for that to occur again. But, you know, they have like the 30-day historic volatility on VIX down to like 10 now. So, I mean, I would say the situation is unprecedented and hard to predict, but yeah, I would expect that it would be very difficult to get VIX back below 13 without massively increasing their Vega risk. I mean, you're talking about doubling or tripling the size of their tail risk that's already currently in place. For very, like, the diminishing returns don't encourage it, right? No problem, Tim. When would you start rolling September Vega puts? Probably as they approach like 45 DTE. Pickle gap up or down overnight based on the current chain. It's pretty, I mean, the current chain's pretty split. I'd say the long-term chain has more at the money call interest, so it's moderately more bullish, although that has very little to do with futures, right? Futures aren't, you know, generally trading overnight in relation to SPX. You know, they're trading in relation to foreign markets, and they're illiquid. So, you know, overnight moves in futures aren't necessarily indicative of the following day's price action unless they're very significant, and they're definitely not highly correlated with, you know, current positioning on SPX. I think we are still in a bullish range, and I think there is still bullish positioning, and that should be a consideration. And I think just now it may be worthwhile for me to pay to hedge the upside because it's much cheaper. So I'm going to do that if I can buy it for 90. What the fuck? Am I short the 80? Oh. Son of a bitch. Can I do 60, 75? That's way more money. I guess I could. Uh, 65, 80. Do 65. That's 110. Okay, that's fine. Oh, are you shitting me? $98, 1. $1. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, now I'm covered everywhere. Hold on. Let me add that to my option strat. Buy. Wait, now. Remove. So, what did I fucking positions? Ugh. 65.80. Oh, here it is. $2. So 2. And then I have 255, 60. So hold on. I gotta math this real quick. Those are 10. Which were those? 1105. No. 1030. 1030 plus 207. Okay, 4. That's not right. $207. Divided by 4, 618. $618, and then sell. Sold 85s for 7 cents. All right, so this is what my profitability looks like now. Basically, only unprofitable at 65, and even there, it's, you know, a $400 loss. So, but that, you know, that scales back profitability a tiny bit at well, not super significantly, but a tiny bit at 45, 60, 55. Although it has really very little effect on a 60 close. Hey man, it's been a while. I started a new job and it's taken over my life for a while. Okay. Are you still bullish on GME, or has your view changed? I don't see it in your watch list anymore. Oh, I don't have it open right now. I mean, I still own it. I'm not particularly bullish on it. Mostly because Ryan Cohen has been proving himself to be a bit of a shithead lately. But I don't know. I kind of own it out of spite almost at this point. I'm still selling covered calls on it. That's still a decent income producer. Not the best income producer, but decent. That's about it. Most of the Most of the volatility interest on it that had driven prior price action has dried up, with only a small amount still remaining. So the opportunities to sell, in the money covered calls for significant profits have dwindled. That's about it. Option strat developers for the past month have been wondering who's been breaking their internal servers. How are you doing? Okay, yeah. Would you buy any residential real estate right now? Absolutely fucking not. Well, I would, but only if I could get it at a significant discount to market. So, if someone's selling a house like 30% below comparables, then maybe. But only if I was a cash buyer. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it with a mortgage. Back to 45.75 today. Are we done? I think it would be like 45. They just shorted the fuck out of VIX. So that's why I bought the upside call hedge in case it's in here somewhere. In case they pumped. It looks like they're pumping a little bit. It's really going to depend. If they're able to get the 45.70 level, then they could try to stabilize. If they're not able to get it, then charm decay is going to start to drive prices back down again. But we're so close to close that, there may not be time for them to drive it back down sufficiently. Yeah, IV30 is super fucking low. If we saw a run, could we see a 50% increase in IV? I don't think it went up that high the last time, but maybe close. Probably not on further dated stuff. I mean, you'll see an increase in IV and you have more Vega exposure, but you're probably not going to see a 50% increase on like leaps. Maybe like 20-30%. Weeklies would probably see that much. So Mattel has earnings tonight. With the Barbie hype, do you think you see any potential? What are your thoughts? I mean, the Barbie movie just came out. They haven't made revenues from it yet, and they probably won't for like a year. Also, they didn't produce it, as far as I know. They're just receiving licensing fees at best, or free marketing at worst. Entry for Airbnb here, or does it have too much push? It could be another entry opportunity. I mean, it's at risk, so. Obviously, it's risky. I'm having a headache and missed the day. No worries. Reminder for your overnight straddle. Thank you. Do you mind touching on your straddle plan to bring me up to speed? So I went even into today. I closed out one side of it. I'm probably just going to strangle tonight, actually. I think with tomorrow's data and Friday's data, price action's gonna loosen up a lot right now that the Fed meeting's out of the way. Nice, Dork. Do you still think there could potentially be MOASS? No. No, I do not think that a short squeeze on GME is likely anymore. I don't think there's any shorts left. Sorry, man. $45.65 is way too cheap at several points. Yeah. Uh-oh. They did not clear 70. That's not good. I'm short 300 shares of Meta. I sold puts as hedges, but closed that due to downside risk and bought out of the money 315, 320, 325 weekly calls instead for earnings hedge. Does that move make sense? I mean, yeah, but you're going to get IV crushed on your hedge, which means your short better hit hard. So if down 50%, you also need your hedge is really like, what if it's flat and you're fine on your short, but your fucking calls are just gonna get destroyed? So if down on Jimmy, start selling calls to reduce average, and if I get bought out, then so be it. Take the expensive education. I mean, you can just wheel it, right? You can wheel it till you hit profitability. I mean, with IV low, it takes a while. If IV were to pick up, then it could be a little faster. Moss is so cringe. I don't want to squeeze somebody's shorts. Touch grass. What would be your advice for someone who's in the red on GME, 35 average, who doesn't have money to average down? I mean, try to chip away at your cost basis as safely as you can. And then either use that money to average down or save that money somewhere else and wait and see if GME does anything impactful over the next couple of years. To all those apes out there, sell your GME and start learning how to trade the market. Gherkin will let you know when it's MOASS. Fuck, man. They're buying the shit out of the 45.60 puts. Any expectations for Upstart's T+2 from yesterday's run? I mean, they kind of held below GM today. We did get a test of it, right? Or very, very close, which is kind of all I expected. Tomorrow's not really T+2 from the run. Tomorrow's just the first day of T+2 from the run. But I would imagine that the MM will be encouraged to try to get the price back to 54. I don't know if call interest is broken down in any significant way today, but I would imagine it has. Liquidity's contracted quite a lot, so that means that probably in the money calls and any weeklies that profited are taking profits. Looks like someone's selling vol, so still very index exposed though. Very easy to be wrong on that play. I'd be careful. I sold my upside meta out of the money calls at a profit since they were too far away. Should I buy closer to the money calls as a hedge or sell puts again, expecting IV crash? The best way to manage that is to probably use like a debit spread so you can sell some of the implied volatility on the out of the money strikes. And that'll give you, you know, some range. If you use like a bull, so to hedge the short, you could use hold on. I gotta open a window and look at this. I may not have enough time to tell you effectively, but bull call spread meta. Meta's currently trading around 300. Yeah, that protects you from IV crash. So it's like a call, but you get protected from IV crash. You can do like $10 spreads and ladder them. You could do $15 spreads. You could do $20 spreads. You know, it depends on how much you want to debit, but it protects you from the crash, right? Like, see, if you use a straight call, right, and IV crushes, your profit, it has to move further for your profitability to go up, right? So say IV crushes to 100, then you need like a 5% move to the upside to hit any kind of profitability on your hedge. But if you have, you know, the debit spread, right, and IV drops, you actually get more profitable sooner, which means that, you know, your profitability in the morning is faster. Because you benefit from the sold call IV going down, right? And then you're short, like, so you're short 300 shares, right? So would be like and then probably need you might need a narrower spread. That protects you on like a 3% move before it starts to slip. Like 5% gets pretty rough. But at least you're not exposed to the crush like you are with just a straight long call. You could go out of the money too. which is a little bit better. Not much. They're short at 300. Need a pretty big hedge, but a small debit spread does it. For you to actually make money on the upside, though, you need a huge hedge there. So all you can really do is protect like from like a 5, minimize the risk on like a 5% move, or you can buy calls to exercise. Like you can still exercise the 300 call, right? On a spread like that, as long as it stays below your sold leg. And that'll buy back your shares at 300. I'm not playing meta. I'm short at 266, but I made a bunch of money on the upside. Okay. That's even harder to hedge. Yeah, I mean, debit spreads remove some of the IV crush risk. So if it trades flat, you know, you're not going to lose as much money. But if it moves up, I mean, you're still only hedged within a certain range. The only gamma that exists right now is at like 45.65. Although if we close below it, I guess I'm set. Okay. Where do I take the loss? I win on that. That's like break even. Well, I'm convinced the MM has it out for you. That's the way the play is structured. Might finally be cornered. ES does not want to stay above 4,600, and VIX has run out of room to drop. Further, can the week's remaining data end their existence? Well, we have PCE Friday. We have a bunch of data tomorrow. So, possibly. Ooh, I'm back to profitable again. Stay here. I like this. Up a little more would be even better. 70? Yeah. Out of the woods. Not super profitable, but like 900 return? I'm okay with that. Wait, what price is it at? This matters a lot. Ding ding. Let's see if that updates over the next second. Although, I think it's 66. Is it at 66? Why the fuck? $66.96. I think I lose a dollar? Well, $100? Oh, maybe I don't, because it's 96. So 67. Roughly. That's shit. What a fucking long day of nothing. Yeah, no adjustment. 45, 66, 95. I think I might walk away with like 50 cents here. I'm not sure though. Anyway. Down 1 BPS. What a day. Yeah, well, flat, right? That was fun. Why is Todd making my puts sad? That's his job. Closing flat on a rate hike day is hilarious. Yeah. Neo closed at GM. It could be another $1 day tomorrow. Are any Airbnb thoughts? Not particularly. I mean, it retested the high there, but no. I mean, I'll look tonight and see if any call buying came in, but I mean, the play's got some theta on it, so I'm not super concerned with intraday price action at all. This is what I said. I ended up being too greedy and just broke even. I made like $10 profit. Yeah, I think I would have been up like a couple bucks here if I hadn't hedged a breakout to 45.70, but I think the risk was just a little too high, so I don't regret it. Buy yourself a Tootsie Roll. Thanks. You had to hedge that? Yeah, I did. There was too much gamma out of the money. But, I mean, in hedging it, I reduced the upside. Like, I reduced the profitability at 65, which I would have been like up 500 at this close if I didn't hedge it. Averaging down on Siri? No, not really. YouTube's vape shaming. I see that. SPY closed 2 points up. SPX closed 1 point down. VIX 447 points down. Makes sense. Yep. SPX updated to what? 66.78. I mean, it's still, I'm still gonna make like fucking, like, if I made any money here, it's like a few cents. It's very little. Hey man, 25 cents is 25 cents. I think I picked the best positioning for today. I didn't have to buy the spread to the downside, but it was smart too, because if it sold off more, it was gonna tank. I really wish you were right on your 55 plus or minus $2 call. Well, we were very close to it, but the last 5 minutes of volatility rocketed us back up, so what are you gonna do? J-Pow cried on stage. You would have been thankful. Why not just buy calls at the bottom and puts at the top? Ooh, that's too much risk. I can't day trade the account. It's still under 25,000. Although at the current rate of growth, I should be there in like a couple weeks or like a month, I think. I am trying to actually, believe it or not, I know all this crazy shit is happening, but these positions are extremely risk limited. Whoa, spy ripping. Fun. Is meta ripping? I hope that guy got a hedge. Yeah. What's the consensus on the report? Nothing yet. Hold on. It's up 7.5% because no reason. Okay. Has the earnings data even come out yet? It seems too early. EPS of 298, revenue of 32 billion. So they beat. I don't know if that's accurate, but I think it is. I don't trust the source necessarily. Is it still down year over year? $298, 32 billion. Okay. We'll see. The enthusiasm seems to be waning a little bit already. Let's see what their guidance looks like. Never mind, Vic's dead? Oh, this? Oh, that was interesting. Why is Vic still trading after hours? Bear, what? How's the bear case dead? Because Meta earned 7 cents per share? So buy calls. That was fucking crazy. Dollar dropped 30 BPS. Yields are moving really hard again. All right, that's about it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Later, everyone.